Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I said, "Can we put some Bubba Army logos and stuff on it?" He's like, "Yeah." So I'm gonna start racing again, Gene. At Crown Vics,
I'll be right behind you.
which might be. They are fun as hell.
I'll get me one soon.
They are fun as hell, man. Think
Put
about
all my Bubba Army stuff upside down.
what do you mean you're gonna put? Is that like in protest?
No, so when I get upside down, you can see it real good.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Monday, March 3rd, 2025, the Bubba the Love Sponge show. So much to talk about. Dr. Dan is here. His lovely brother Jay will be here, I'm assuming.
Yes.
This is like almost kind of, I think we're going like on maybe the third week of Jay, which is very not Jay-like. Jay usually is... he's like a cat on a hot tin roof. He's always moving and shaking, and he's got to bust out of his normal routine after 2 weeks or so. But he must have some big cases going on because that keeps him in town.
Yeah, he's going to Costa Rica in a couple weeks. So
there you go.
He won't disappoint you.
There you go.
He's skating town.
Do you like Costa Rica? Because you
I love it.
you never go.
Well, I don't have the same kind of freedom that Jay has. You know? I got 3 jobs.
Do you get invited by Jay, or do you?
Yes,
have to
actually, I did this time.
Oh,
Actually, I think anytime Jay goes, you're invited.
Pretty much.
If you'd hear, because it's always him and Pitty.
Right.
So, like, if you would catch word that him and Pitty are going in 2 weeks, you could just, say, "Hey, man, can I go too, or can I straggle along?"
That would always be a yes, but I think this time he's bringing his family.
Oh, well, that's a no.
That may be a no.
That's a hard no.
No, he still said I was invited.
Yeah, but still, you wouldn't want to be the third wheel Willie. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and apparently tickets were astronomical because it's spring break week.
Oh, okay, yeah. Do U.S. Americans such as U.S. Americans? You know what I'm talking about, Lummy?
Yes.
The girl from South Carolina.
South Carolina is 17-year-old, 18-year-old.
Such as U.S. Americans. Do such as U.S. Americans go to Costa Rica for spring break?
Yeah, a lot. It's hugely popular right now.
Is it safe?
Yeah, Costa Rica is a neutral country. The worst thing that's going to happen is petty theft. Like if you leave a backpack, it's going to get legs and walk away.
Yeah, Jimmy Clevis and I went years ago. I think it might have been 2000 and I think 12. I think it was 2012. Yes, Jimmy Clevis and I went to and we stayed at Hako Beach,
which is cool.
Yeah, but it wasn't like the hold on the thumbnails and all the pictures they showed you online did not align with what the place we went to. Like it looked online, man. It looked luxurious, and it looked like the breakfast buffet was like huge, and the pool was big, and they must have hired 100 extras to take the pictures that day. so Jimmy Clevis, and it's right on the beach. It was like from here to maybe the HVAC place across the street, from the actual water.
Oh, nice.
And our rooms weren't too bad, but there was nobody there.
Right, it depends, Bubba. It's one of those things where like sometimes you're there and it's packed, and sometimes it's literally desolate.
There was nobody there. There was nobody there.
So it's just you and Jimmy Clevis?
Yes, and so and the breakfast buffet. You know what it accounted for? It was the janitor or the guy that fixes the pool or whatever. Jimmy and I go sit down at a table, and he would come and ask us what we wanted. We would tell him, some scrambled eggs, some bacon, and he'd go back and make it for us. But then after he got done making for us, he would go back to cleaning the pool. And the only good thing that happened is my good friend Keith Johnson, who used to own the Penthouse Club here locally, but he sold it. He has interest in one of the big casinos. What's the capital of Costa Rica? San Jose?
San Jose.
Yeah. He has. So listen, if you're in the casino business in Costa Rica, you probably know a lot of the shady people running around town. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like if you're in the casino business in Costa Rica as an American, you got some stroke and some inroads. So he hooked us up with a guy named Carl.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, listen, Carl, anytime you and Jimmy need to go anywhere, if you want to go zip lining or you guys want to go into town to the prescription place that back in the day you didn't need a prescription for nothing. Like nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, I'd like to have 100 Percocets, please. No problem. How about 100 Xannies? How about some Viagra? Something like, literally they have no problem. So anything.
A casino is kind of like a buzzword for brothel.
Well, yeah.
I mean, a casino is a front.
So Jimmy and I would call Carl. His rate per day for 8 hours was $50. And he would.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah. So we would call Carl after we had our breakfast, and Carl would come pick us up. He had a real nice SUV. And he would take us to wherever we wanted to go. We went zip lining one day, and then we went to we went to the brothel,
The casino. Come on, you guys are gambling and dancing. It's like a casino / bar / discotheque / brothel.
Here's the deal. So Carl knew which one to take us to, where the good girls were.
Right.
I mean, I'm sorry, the bad girls the bad girls that are good looking.
Right.
So, and most of those were from Colombia. They weren't native Costa Ricans. Mm-hmm. They were Panamanian, they were Colombian, they were Guatemalan.
Well, Costa Ricans are really small. Did you notice that?
Really?
They're a very small race. Yeah, they're tiny people.
Yeah, and so these other good-looking chicks, well, I hope Jimmy Clevis's wife is not listening, but this one hot-ass Colombian girl fell in love with Jimmy.
Everybody falls in love with Jimmy.
Oh my God.
He's so handsome.
So, just give a little story. I hope Jimmy text me right now. I know you're listening, and let me know if it's okay to tell the story. Because I'm going to tell the story. I'm going to tell the story, Jimmy.
Like an N-O-O-O-O-O in about 5 minutes after you've already started.
I'm going to tell the story, Jimmy, and so I got to keep my phone open. I'm going to tell the story of how I felt uncomfortable. See, me and Jimmy were roommates, and I started to feel I almost had to take Jimmy aside and said, Jimmy, come on, bud. You got to understand that I'm your roommate. And I just can't hear for 2 hours straight. I just cannot stand that. When it takes me only 20 minutes with the chick that I picked, but it takes you literally 14. I mean, literally. And
Steve Tyler style.
And here's the deal, man. The floors were tile. And so the bed would scoot across the floor, and Jimmy would be, next thing you know, his headboard would be jamming against my wall when it started like 15 feet away. So, Jimmy, I hope we'll see if Jimmy's not listening. It's even better because I can tell the story. So we go down there, and it's just like shooting fish out of a barrel. It gets a little overwhelming. You go down to this casino / brothel, and there's probably 50 dudes and about 200 girls. And Lummy, everyone wants a date with you.
Oh, of course.
Everyone. I mean, you could literally look like, remember Decap?
Yes.
Seth, were you here during the Decap days?
Unfortunately.
Okay, so you're familiar with
Disturbing.
Decap. Right.
Yeah, he was disturbing.
You could literally look like Decap and pull a 10. Because all they're looking for is a little bit of money. And it wasn't even that much. It was like $1.50. And that's as long as you wanted to go, or like, let me. I'm the
for a date.
I'm the kind of guy that, like, once I get mines,
get out.
I don't. Yeah, like what Charlie Sheen used to say. Charlie Sheen used to say, "I don't pay hookers $3,000 to come over here and have sex with me. I pay hookers $3,000 to have sex with me and leave."
Hell yeah.
That's right.
That's what he says.
That's how we got AIDS.
Well, yeah, probably.
It's one of the ways.
Yeah, what are you going to talk to a Costa Rican about?
Yeah, I mean, you got my.
He can't even talk to them.
heard
They
it.
don't understand anything. They understand like 40 words.
Yeah.
You can understand each other by just looking deep in each other's eyes.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. She wants out of there as fast as she can get out of there, and I want her out of there as fast. So me and her jived. Listen, I only went and got 2. I just did it 2 times because to me, it really, really, like, I need a little bit of a gamesmanship. Just a little bit of gamesmanship. Not a lot.
It's like one of those places where you have to shoot hogs, and it's like 100 by 100 feet. It's like you can't not miss.
Yeah, it's kind of, exactly. It's like going to a hunting camp, and they take you out to this field.
And Pedro's holding the deer with his arm.
No, where every day they feed the deer at 4 o'clock with the deer feeder, so the deer just naturally go out there at 4 o'clock because they know the automatic deer feeder is going to throw some grain out there, and at 4:10 you blast them.
And old Bucky didn't make it home today.
Yeah, Bucky didn't make it home today. I mean, I need some gamesmanship even in my sport effing. So I picked this chick. She's pretty hot. Jimmy picks this Colombian chick. I mean, and she's like a 10, like just unbelievable. Well, I get done doing my business. Well, Jimmy doesn't get done doing his. I mean, non-stop, all night long, and oh, Poppy, oh, Poppy, oh, Poppy, oh, Poppy.
So did it remind you of the old Larry Plummer days where you'd like watch him in the pool?
No, because I could leave it. I mean, I was in my hometown and I could just leave. I wasn't in a foreign country.
Stuck.
Stuck.
Can't go anywhere.
I almost went down and said, "Can I get another room? Can I get another room?" My roommate,
Getting shamed by my roommate.
My roommate was really being a dick here. So hold on. So I wake up in the morning and there's old girl. There, she's there. And they do it again. So Jimmy comes up to me and says, "Hey, bud, this chick is just like, you can see we've been down there 2 nights, and she's the hottest. And by the way, she was the hottest of all the chicks." So she tells Jimmy in her little native tongue or however they talk that Jimmy doesn't have to pay. Like, she just wants to be with Jimmy. Listen, we're there for 5 nights. She just wants to be with Jimmy all the time.
Oh, man.
Hold on. Free.
He was laying it pretty good, huh?
Yeah, so end up being, I'm like, well, I'm going to jump on this deal. Not that I'm going to get any ass on it, but I'm going to tell Jimmy, let's not, I don't want to say turn her into our slave, but she had been to Costa Rica for about a year, Dan. I guess she had like 5 or 6 more weeks on her work visa, and then she had to go back. So she, was there. I guess you can stay like a year. And so she was like on the backside of her work visa. She'd made all her money, and she just was totally in love with Jimmy. And I think she was working Jimmy for Jimmy to bring her back to the States.
Oh, of course, man. It's a fantasy.
So she
it's like R. Kelly.
So she
got your shots in your papers.
Yeah. So she tells Jimmy that for the next 4 nights, I'm like no charge. I'm like I'm like your girlfriend, and she knew the city as well as Carl did. So I call up Carl and say, "Hey, Carl, is it okay if we start hauling around? Jimmy met this chick that wants to hang out with us. Is it okay if we include her into our activities?" And Carl was like, "Well, give me her name," because Carl knew the local federales or the local whatever the hells were, and he wanted to make sure like she wasn't like wanted or anything.
Scamming.
Yeah, she
Right.
wasn't.
Setting you guys up.
She wasn't a known scammer. So she gave me her. I took a picture of her passport, sent it to Carl. Carl ran it through his local boys, and she wasn't anybody of it. Like she didn't, have a rap sheet or nothing. So I spent 4 days with her, watching her and Jimmy just go absolutely nuts. Maybe we'd be by the pool. Next thing you know, they'd leave for 30, 40 minutes, 50 minutes. Nonstop.
That's annoying.
So
I
kind of went to Costa Rica by myself.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
I can get it,
because I
Bubba.
only went down to the Bravo one more time, and it was just like this isn't like I want. I don't want to. I feel like you feel like a loser if you're paying for sex.
Yes.
So
we go
I
to
do
Costa Rica,
okay.
Bubba.
I do okay here in the States.
You do great.
So I don't need to go to Costa Rica to just blast.
Well, when we go, we don't go to Jaco. We don't go to San Jose. We're at the Guanacaste area, and it's
James
really,
got a real remote area. Does he not?
it's for surfing. It's for surfing, and you can eat, and that's about it. There's not a lot of casinos. There's not a lot of hookers. It's really the real beaches, and it's a pure experience with Costa Rica. And Costa Rica's got a magical aura and experience to it. It's beautiful.
And they love Americans.
They're very nice to Americans.
Because
yes.
Americans represent
Money.
a large portion of their economy. And so they love Americans. Like they,
And most of them speak English because they teach it in the schools.
And Carl told
it's pretty
us.
easy to get around there.
And Carl told us, man, even if we, would get in trouble. And he said, really, the only trouble when Keith tells Carl to, be a personal guide for one of Keith's friends, and they're out drinking, maybe on the streets or acting wild and breaking beer bottles against the street signs and things like that. Like the cops could come up and talk to you, but the minute that you're an American and you throw out like $20, then all those beer bottles that you broke on the 14 signs prior, nothing's no problem.
Yeah, a little money gets you out of everything
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
That's nice.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
I mean, if you and I were in, downtown Tampa breaking beer bottles on street signs, we would be so hemmed up, it's pathetic.
Yeah.
Not down in Costa, $20 and you're good.
But the really bad guys, though, they get theirs.
They get killed.
Yeah, they do.
I think I've told this story before, but
Who kills them?
with
The good guys.
the good guys.
Vigilante.
Listen, I've told this story before, so please know that I've told I know that I've told this story before. It was the second we were supposed to go back on a Friday. And it was Thursday morning, and Jimmy got up a little bit earlier than I did, of course, because Consuelo wanted to eat breakfast. So I get out, and Jimmy comes up to my bedroom. He goes, "Bubba, you got to come down here and see this." I go, "What? It's Consuelo and a G-string?" She goes, "No. There's a dead person right on our beach." I'm
like a whale that washed
I'm
up.
like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, there's a dead person right on our beach. They got a sheet over him and everything." I walked up as close as I could, but there's no like crime scene tape or nothing around him. But I didn't want to lift the sheet up, but I know that's a dead person. So I'm like, okay, hold on. So I get dressed, put my shorts on, my flip-flops, my big boy T-shirt. I go down there, and just probably let me from here to like maybe the goat, where the goat gate is, was a dead guy, a person.
Jeez.
And he had a white sheet over him, and he was
How
dead.
was he killed? Do you know?
Well, shot.
He was shot.
So
You wouldn't hear that?
well, no, he wasn't shot there. He was
shot and then
somewhere
dumped
else.
there?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
we go and call Carl immediately. Carl's our guy. Like, Carl, what? There's a dead person right outside of our hotel room. He goes, "Oh yeah, I heard about that about 1 or 2 last night. The cops, I'd found out about it. I go, well, what happened? He goes, well, that guy was ripping people off, you know, like just, you know, being a dick. And he ripped, I guess he ripped off a drug dealer. And the drug dealer killed him. And they're going to come pick his body up today around, 2 or 3. And I go, okay, well, like, are they going to investigate it? And they're like, they already have. They already investigated it, and he screwed the wrong person over. And that's it. I go, well, what do you mean that's it? That's it. The guy's dead. I mean, there's no investigation. There's no. He ripped off the wrong guy, and he got killed. And that's what happens down here.
That'll learn you.
I'm like, what do you mean that's what happened? Yeah. If you rip off or be mean or act like a dick to the wrong person, they're going to kill you. And then there's not going to be an investigation. There's not going to be a court. There's not going to be trial. There's not going to be a trial. There's not going to be an arrest. That's just that's like Costa Rica kind of has the that'll learn you F around and find out kind of deal. So that's what happened. The guy was a dick, ripped off the wrong drug dealer. Drug dealer killed him, and him and his boys took him down to the beach, put a white blanket over him, and that's the invest right there.
Jeez.
So anyway, that's my Costa Rica story, and I'm sticking by it. So this weekend, Lummy, I tell you, I just don't. I wish to God. Now, Power Screens of Florida, they really took care of me on the price, Lummy. They really did.
That's awesome.
Look at this jacked up dude. This is Rafi's brother right here.
Really?
Yeah. And Richard, the owner of Power Screens Florida, he sent 2 technicians down just to make sure our machine was set up. We knew how to run it right. The whole 9 yards. This is one of the dudes. They sent. I got a care pack that I'll bring. I got hats and T-shirts and Yeti cups and everything that I'll bring tomorrow. But Power Screens of Florida. I wish. I've owned. Me and Tom Bean have owned. Bubba Raceway Park / Ocala Speedway now going on. Well, we bought it in 11. So what is that? 14 years.
Yeah.
And we are one of the very few racetracks that have unbelievable clay on property. Most racetracks have to buy clay to put on their racetrack. We have an unbelievable, they call it a vein. We have a clay vein that runs right. Well, we found it, and that's what we've been putting on our track for years.
Did the previous owners know about that, or did you guys discover it?
No, they never knew about it.
Really?
I discovered it.
How'd you discover it?
I discovered it one day when I was, digging a hole and just moving some stuff around, just trying to clean up the property a little bit. And I found it. I'm like, oh my God, how much of it? And we haven't ran out yet. And I think the Power Screen. I think I had the Warrior 600, which is the unit that I had, Lummy. This is one of their smallest units.
Really?
And we couldn't keep up with it. I had One-Eyed Billy on the excavator. I had Buck from Charleston, who, you talk about salt of the earth, my friend. My God. Had him and Young Boy, which is his son, One-Eyed Billy and me, and it's literally a 3-man operation. One guy's digging, one guy's loading, and then I was the separator. So I was in the skid steer, and this screen separator separates it into 3 piles. One, you can call them 1, 2s, and 3s. Number 1 is the super fine, not one rock. You couldn't even think about one little rock in the pile. That's like the final finish stuff. The number 2 is kind of the little bit bigger, and there might be a rock or 2 here, which number 2s was fine by me. I'm like, I'll take the 2s. But they wanted me to rerun the 2s.
Oh.
And then the 3s are the big rocks and the big chunks of clay that the machine can't beat out. And, all too often, Lummy, when we went and put material on our track, we just took a big scoop and threw it on the track, would grade it out, and you'd get some of these big rocks and some of these big clods. And that's why I have Power Screen Florida out there to begin with, to try to get a better material, try to get it less rocky, and try to pre-screen it so that when I do, because this past February for the Winter Nationals, you wouldn't believe how much material they threw out of the park just based on how much horsepower they have. So, Merch Crick grabbed a camera. I tried to use my chest camera.
Yeah.
And it's like a big dinner plate on. I mean, I can't do it.
I see it right there in the picture.
Do I have it on there?
Yeah.
I mean, see.
But I have an idea about that,
look,
and I want to
and
share this with you off air.
Okay, but it's just. See, look.
It kind of looks awkward.
It looks dumb.
Yeah.
It looks stupid.
That guy's. I wonder what that guy was thinking.
Guy's thinking, man, don't touch me with that thing.
It's like a little unicorn horn.
So it's like it's dumb. It's dumb.
Look at my proboscis.
All right, so I think those are the threes. Let me give you kind
Wow,
of
looks like Mars.
And that's what you used to put on there?
now those are twos.
Okay.
And let me see if she shows you ones. All right, so there's Buck.
Way to the left, is that the one? The really fine looking stuff?
Way
that
back
little
here.
pocket,
Yeah, way back here.
Looks like
now that's
sand.
Buck. Let me courtesy of my buddy Mike from Synergy Equipment. That's a big ass front end loader. So,
Nice.
so Buck loads it.
And we have the power screen.
Oh, I didn't know we had Minnie Mouse
All right.
commentary.
Oh, yeah.
Now see,
D-Rocker.
so let me. You throw it in there,
Yep.
and it squirts out the twos here.
Okay.
Which the twos are fine by me. The twos are 98% better than what I usually throw in my track.
Wow.
Power screen 600 from Power Screen of Florida here.
Now let me. This is already number twos that we've already processed.
Wow.
There's Billy back there digging. That's right where my honey hole is. Now let me. What I got to do is I got to keep.
This is what we got going on.
See, I'm running the skid steer, so I got to take so the number twos don't pile up clear to the top and put them over here. So I'm constantly working the number two pile, the number three pile, and the number one pile, so they don't get too tall. You know what I'm saying? Now hold on. Usually, this is the number three pile, Dan, and usually this would be the stuff that when we would go and just scoop big scoops of material out of my track. This would be inclusive to this.
This is what you were paying guys to put in buckets?
No, I mean, no. This is way bigger than that.
These are our Power Screen guys. Got Big Buck.
I mean, you gotta have a hell of an operation going on here. Let me see if I can just fast forward here. This is me on the skid steer.
Was your chest mount getting in the way of the dual controls in the skid steer?
What?
Was the chest mount getting in your way of controlling
it was. It was like.
This is for the racers out there.
So I'm trying to clean up that pile. Those are twos right there.
So did you have to did you soil your underwear multiple times?
I'm sorry,
was it fun?
Those are threes.
Was it fun? Did you enjoy it like you wanted to?
I did, but it is
a lot of work.
A lot of work.
That's like an industrial mining operation.
Oh yeah, look at this. No, this is. I think those are twos, but wait.
Okay, that just needs to go.
So no, these are threes. These are spitting out rocks and stuff right here.
Get worked through, but it's still so wet. The material is so wet that we have to run it through twice after it dries.
Now this, Lummy, look at this.
Wow.
And this is all the.
I mean, look how beautiful that is.
It's night and day.
Not you can't find a rock in there.
The sweet material that Bubba's been so excited about getting for the track. This is what the racers are going to love. This is what it's all about. This is what.
I didn't know Minnie Mouse was going to. I knew we had a Minnie Mouse commentary.
Cala Speedway.
There's Buck loaded it up. See, Lummy, literally, it's a three-man job.
Yeah, it sure is.
I got to go between all three piles and keep it off the tram. Billy's got to dig it out of the ground, and then Buck's got to scoop it up and put it in the hopper without. Now you got to be easy on. You got to be a good joystick man because they have these lips up here, and you don't want your bucket to hit that lip and bend it.
Tries to bring to its.
Do you think you could sell that number 2 and number 3 piles to NASA so they could simulate Mars landings?
No, but I'll tell you this, man. The guy from Power Screen says if you didn't, from where we were working on back is just a big field which we use for camping and parking and things like that. He goes, you have such good dirt here that you could sell all your topsoil. If I had maybe a bigger one of these, and by the way, Florida, you can see right there, let me on the screen, powerscreenfl.com.
Nice.
Powerscreenfl.com. and I could. Dan, he said I had such good stuff I could turn myself into a quarry. But that's
a dirt quarry.
He said you could start a quarry back here.
Wow.
Hi, Maria. Thank you for the medium-sized stuff.
Dirt would have so much value.
Yeah, who would ever think? See, I got a little bit smart. I'm like, you know what? I'm
gonna wait for it to just catch it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my bucket underneath the underneath the threes. Watch.
Right there. Then you have Bubba with the medium size.
I just let it spit it right in my bucket. Those are number 2s right there. With my dinner plate chest protector. All right, so anyway, I cannot think Power Screen FL, Power Screen of Florida, Raffy and Richard, Raffy's brother. I think it might have been Will. They all came out. They made sure we were all set up. Took such good care of us. You wouldn't believe. I have enough. I think we screened nearly 2,500 yards.
Whoa.
And realistically, I should get it back out. I'm gonna try to have them back out again in like October, because those number 3s.
Yes.
Those will all dry out from now until October, and I can rerun them and get. Because a lot of them are just big hunks of clay that are too wet to separate. Probably 30% of the number 3s were rock, and 70% is just material that's too wet to separate. So I can't believe I didn't think of the 12, 13, 14 years I've owned the track with Tom Bean. I can't believe we didn't think of this sooner. I think there's a lot of them in Ocala, but they're all the bigger units, the big stationary units where you can't move. Whereas PowerscreenFL.com, they literally can pull this with a pickup truck. So you could literally take that dirt separator that I had, which I think is the Warrior 600, and take it to anywhere you want. And we couldn't even keep up with it. Like, Buck had a 3.5 yard front end loader, and we couldn't keep up with it. It's that quick and that good. And hopefully it'll make the track that much better. Thank you to Mike from Synergy. He gave. Here's the only bad thing about it, Lummy. Yesterday was power washing day.
Oh God.
I had to power wash the excavator, the front end loader, and the dirt screener, and I was just covered head to toe with dirt.
Was that your whole Sunday, pretty much?
Yeah, from 8 a.m. until 3 p.m. power washing. And you wouldn't believe, man, not that I'm the most in shape guy in the world, but power washing will really blow your shoulders out, man.
Really?
Oh, my God.
You're just sitting there holding all that pressure,
Yeah. Whew.
For hours at a time. What'd you say you did? 8 to 3?
8 to 3.
Jesus.
I finally gave up. There was a little bit more power washing on the power screen, and I got Weed Whipper Greg going to do it today. I laid $100. I hid $100 bill for Greg, and I said, "Man, can you finish that power?" Because nothing's worse, Lummy, is when you get a piece of equipment, the boys take care of you. You got to send it back clean.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You just can't send it back. White trash, boss hog.
No, it's like if someone makes you dinner like a lasagna. You don't send them their dish back dirty. Come on, you clean it.
What do you mean? You go to the kitchen and clean it?
No. I'm saying like if someone brings you over like a glass container with like lasagna in it, when you return the container, you clean it.
Right.
I mean,
I'm sorry. Yeah, like when a woman bakes a cake and they got one of those fancy cake holders.
Right. You
don't send it back with frosting remnants and crumbs.
No.
You clean it really, really, really nice and return it back as if it was brand new.
Right.
Lummy, I didn't know that they had this conversation, but
I'm sorry. Do you think that the Primetime 99 would have returned it clean?
I don't know that No, I don't think I don't know.
He would have sent it back dirty.
I don't know.
It's a difference between you two. Alex would have left it dirty.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
You make the bed, he doesn't.
Lummy, I got some.
It's true.
I got some videos on my phone that I'm going to put up. We have all of our piles done. They're done. We got the ones done. I don't know if Buck did this or not, but I was going to take the 2s and combine them into the 1s. because to me, the 2s are good enough for me. But
you're not going to regrade them later on?
You mean put them through?
Yeah.
No, I think the 2s are good. 1 and 2s are good enough. Now 3s I can't use until they dry out and I get the machine again, maybe in November, rerun it, and then I could maybe get some, get those to work. But I got enough for the year.
That's awesome.
I think I have enough material to last me clear till next February.
Wow.
So thank you to everybody. Go to powerscreenfl.com. Look at all the stuff. It's a lot of guys out there in construction. You could use something like this, and they're based right there out of Lakeland. They'll bring it right to you. Now, is this this is the Alamo Bowl, right? Now, is this like kind of old, and people are just now bringing it back up, or is this relative? Because they played in the Alamo Bowl as their last game of the season.
Yeah, I think it's just a picture they used.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just like
they just used
them sit next to each other.
Okay. And then Shador, they say, trolls his dad about how his dad won't catch any footballs thrown by Shador anymore because Dion is too nervous. Is that what he said? Which made me stumble upon, we might very well. I'm sure. I mean, I don't know. I think when Dion is coaching, he's not out there catching any balls, right?
I mean, he might be Jim Harbaugh.
Here's the deal. Oh, he's Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah. Well, it's Deion Sanders.
I mean, Jim Harbaugh, formerly a quarterback.
Yes.
So, I mean, maybe do a global search of Dion catching Shador's balls. See if there's any, before I go into words and I come back with what everybody, you guys know what I'm coming back with on this. Maybe do a search.
So I'm doing that now.
We might have some of the last known footage of not that it means anything.
They're not extinct yet,
Seth over there potentially giggling, saying, I don't know.
No, just forget my giggles, Bubba. Hype it up. Last known footage before they both perished.
I mean, I'm not coming up with anything.
I mean, if Shador's going to make it a thing, and Shador's going to troll his dad, and we have the last known footage of when Shador actually threw a football to his father, and this was, Lummy, maybe this was when Shador technically was still in high school.
Yes.
He had just committed to Willie Taggart in Florida International. Florida Atlantic. He had just committed to Willie Taggart. This is June of 2020. The very start of COVID, when everything was locked down. Tom Brady was the starting quarterback of the Buccaneers. He had just signed his 2-year deal, and Shador and him had made contact through Instagram. They came to Tampa Berkeley High School, which is where Tom's kids went. And Dion was in town, and he invited me to watch this. Now, we've since used this footage. Please don't get mad and say that I'm regurging stuff. But sometimes you got to regurge stuff when a new angle within the stuff that you've regurged has reared its head.
Yes.
And so I got footage of Dion catching Shador's footballs. There's an article that states that Shador says his dad's too nervous to catch his footballs. Lummy, we might have said footage.
Yes, we do.
You're Googling for additional footage to no prevail. So keep Googling, and we'll come back with what we got.
Sounds good.
Got it.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Minute 55 in.
Hey, Bubba's Cankles, you're getting real close, man, to be getting blocked, you fuckface.
But Bubba Cankles is cool.
No, he's being a dick.
Oh, is he?
He says, we get to see Brady footage again. Woohoo. I think I get you blocked.
No!
Yeah, I think I get you blocked.
Blocked?
Hall of Famer blocked.
He's paying.
Why would a Hall of Famer act that way?
Yeah, come on,
Why
Bubba's
would you be a
Cankles.
fucking dick like that?
Come on, Cankles.
Why would you act like that, Bubba's Cankles?
Do better than that.
No, Before I block you, I want you to tell me why you would be a cocksucker like that. Go ahead and tell me. Oh, now you're laughing? Okay. So just tell me right now, why would you be a smart ass? When I said I'm going to play it again, I've played it before. Oh, they're just jokes. No, that doesn't work with me. Just jokes doesn't work with me. So tell me why that would be funny. Like, I'm tired of the, it's just jokes. No, I'm the one that does the just jokes.
That guy's funny.
Oh, Wayne, you need time off? What? Because I'm sticking up for myself? I'm sticking up for the show? You need time off? I'm just asking for a friend. Thank you, Holio Joe. So tell me, Wayne, why you need time off? Because I'll give you some fucking time off. Yeah, there you go. That's what I thought, Wayne. Why don't you... Warm up. Let me see, Wayne.
Let me shivering.
It's cold outside.
Lummy's got the shivers. Did you ban Bubba's cankles?
No.
Oh. Whew.
Whatever, but yeah, so your dog pukes and you're salty at me? That's even worse.
Don't shove it up spice.
Hey, Gooch wants to know if you have one of these cards. Remember the Bad News Bears and the kids?
Yeah, I didn't know they had cards.
I don't know that they do. I don't know that they really
How come
do.
they never did a remake of the Bad News Bears?
They did. They did Bad News Bears too, but it's
No. I mean like a remake for like a new generation.
Oh yeah.
Billy Bob Thornton's in it.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Billy Bob, I don't know, maybe he came out like 8-10 years ago.
Just 8 to 10?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh man, there's no. Yeah, it's
Billy
not.
Bob Thornton, and he didn't get the bail bondsman to sponsor, and it was a strip club.
What?
cool.
Are you thinking of Bad Santa?
No, it was Bad News Bears.
It's just Bad Santa on the diamond.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Summer Santa.
Oh,
That's what Bad Santa does in the summers. He's a softball little league coach.
I don't know if Bad News Bears was. I feel like it was on. It was either TBS or something back in the day. I just feel like it was on TV a lot.
Send me pictures, FJ.
Danny starts contact this week in tackle.
Oh, really?
Doing the Tampa Titans.
What did they put out of?
I don't know. They're practicing here downtown.
What, West Haven?
I don't know where they play. The games are different places. I don't know where the fuck I have no idea.
Where they practice at?
Even on Bad News
Some
Bears,
stuff
the Astros
is
don't look like a
down.
piece of shit.
November.
I think it was new back then.
Brand new.
It's,
Like within a couple of years.
It's right near the.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I'm not gonna sit here and drive you crazy, but Lummy, I think it's expected now that we do over 1,000 thumbs up on YouTube. I think it's kind of I mean, like, I would be disappointed if we wouldn't hit that benchmark. what, 1,600 is the record with Brian the Babyface Matroni?
Yes, it is.
Brian the Babyface Matroni had 1,000 before 742. Gene had 1,000 at what? 8:15?
7:55.
Oh, okay. 7:55. Gene did. I don't know what Dan's going to do, but Dan might want to encourage people, as we have nearly 1,000 people on YouTube, to hit that thumbs up button. Let me refresh. I had 35, but I think I'm way behind. Oh my God, I'm way behind. We're over 300.
Let's go for Dr. Dan.
Yes, guys, come on. Show them that,
Show them that you know what.
Show them that I destroy Brian. Brian sucks my D.
No, I don't think that's going to happen,
Yeah.
Dan. I think they like...
Come on, guys.
Dan, honest to God, don't get mad at me. I think they like Brian better than you.
Yeah, lovely.
I mean...
Because he solicits for it. And also because, Seth's always like his hype man.
Well, I'm your hype man. I'm your hype man. I'm your hype.
You are.
And I
Absolutely.
actually, in all actuality, I think Seth is everybody's hype man, for the most part. I mean, him and Brian have a special relationship, but you and I do too. I think collectively, if I'm going to throw myself into this equation and be intellectually honest, I think that the Seth, and I'm being completely, I don't care if people believe me or not. I'm being completely honest. I think the Seth Babyface duo is more popular than the Dan Bubba duo. For real. Like that's how I truly feel.
Why are you trying to get people to tell you how great you are?
I'm not trying that. I'm trying to deny. I'm trying to be honest.
Nobody
I'm
believes
trying
that.
to be honest.
Nobody believes that.
Bull crap. Look at the numbers.
What numbers?
Look at the numbers.
Brian's on the show one day a week.
Listen,
his pod's going to do well.
You two have a very great dynamic.
Yes.
And that dynamic seems to not be as good of a dynamic. I'm sorry, me and Dan's dynamic doesn't seem to be statistically as good as you two's. Now, hold on. What you need to realize is that I am the direct benefactor to all of that. The program is. Why not have a Devontae Adams and a Metcalf? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what we got. Which one's better?
Stack
I don't know.
the team.
Looks like maybe the Devontae Adams Metcalf combination is better. Me and Dan would be the Debo Samuels. Who's the? I don't know.
Jaden Daniels.
T Higgins. Me and Dan is that. So why not have 4 good receivers? But we got a combination that's really, really in sync right now and do pretty well. And that's the Babyface and Seth combination.
How come no one puts the Lummy Colton combo up there?
Oh, I didn't. That's the slot.
Yeah, we're just.
that's the slot in the fullback.
What are you saying? Those guys only play special teams?
No, they're really good. Listen. Special team players are just as good,
That's not true.
You need them. If you got a bunch of fish that are out there just letting the guys, do 40 and 50-yard punt returns, you're not going to win any ball games. But Lummy, he is the first one down the field and smashes the guy with a 3-yard gain.
Because every team in the offseason is looking for those key special teams players to put him over the top.
Lummy's been concussed so many times that he can't even get concussed anymore.
Well, I mean, look at you have a duo. You always have a number 3, so I'm just that other third guy.
Yeah, you're the slot.
When it's you and Dr. Dan, I'm the guy over here. And when
you're
it's
Ricky
Seth
Pearl,
and
baby.
Babyface,
You're my Alan Lazard.
I was just gonna say maybe good tight end. You guys are the receivers. That's a tight end guy.
You're Gronk.
Yeah, I'm the guy you dumped down to down here.
You're right. Kellen Winslow Jr. He's arrested for elderly
He was
abuse.
raping. Yeah, he was raping grandma.
What?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
What am I gonna be Kellen Winslow
You didn't ever
Jr.?
hear about that? Listen. So Kellen Winslow Sr. in the Hall of Fame. And was part of the Air Coryell San Diego combination. Dan Fouts was the quarterback and one of the top 10 tight ends of all times. In fact, he has this real memorable Monday night game. Was it against the Bears?
I think that was a little before my time.
I think no, hold on. I think it was against the Dolphins. I think it was against the Dolphins. And Dan Fouts. Let me go back and look at Dan Fouts, Kellen Winslow versus the Falcons. Versus the Dolphins on Monday night, and I think it went into overtime or something like that. But Kellen Winslow had maybe 4 touchdowns. He was he's really, really, really good. Dan. Well, he had a son named Kellen Winslow Jr. Didn't he go to Miami?
Yes, he did.
He went to Miami. And then I think he got drafted by the Browns.
Of course.
By the Browns.
Got into a motorcycle accident.
Got into a motorcycle wreck. In fact, because of his motorcycle wreck that he got into, that put language, and him and Ben Roethlisberger.
Were they about the same time?
Yeah, now football players, big high-profile football players, they have kind of like you can't drive a motorcycle during at all. And
they shouldn't because it's dangerous.
So he went on, and Kellen Winslow Jr. at one time ended up in Tampa Bay.
Right, I remember that.
Right,
he played for the Bucs.
He might have been there when you were there.
He was.
And so he went on, and it was I don't know.
Let me know when you're ready to hear his crimes.
Yeah, I want. Do you have them ready?
God, yeah.
Okay, hold on. So let me find me. See if you can find that memorable Monday night game. Dan Fouts, Kellen Winslow, yes. Monday night versus the Dolphins. Did you find that?
Yeah, I'm trying to find video of it.
So is the bad person the father or the son?
So hold on, we're gonna get there. Oh. Just don't get ahead of yourself because you're at 446 likes, which you're at a 50% ratio right now. But you're doing good, buddy.
Thank you.
Again, the all-time record on thumbs up is 1,000 by 7. Was it 742?
Yes,
742. So, can you just give me the statistics for the game? I don't necessarily need video from it unless there's. I remember
I was going to get the highlights of it. But
do you have them? I've seen the highlights. I just don't know if you can readily find them or not.
No, that's what I was trying to look for while you told the story.
Do you have the statistics?
Let me go right back to it. Sorry, I closed out of it.
Okay. This is one of the most memorable games from a tight end in the history of the league. This was a Monday night game. The San Diego Chargers with Dan Fouts and Kellen Winslow Sr. as the tight end versus the Dolphins and Dan Marino and was Duper and Mark Ingram, his wide receivers, treading water, waiting for some stats.
It looks like Kellen Winslow Jr. It looks like he had two good games. I'm sorry, the first. Well, I'm pulling up both things here. Internet's going slow.
I'm just looking for...
His stats on it were 11 receptions, 187 yards, and 4 touchdowns.
So, Dan,
in one game?
In one game.
Wow.
Yes. That's how good his father was. 4 touchdowns, 187, 11 receptions, which might be, and by NFL standards, might be a record for a tight end. That might be the greatest tight end performance of one single game in the history of the league.
I mean, I know Gronk had a 3-touchdown game.
And I'm sure
Kelsey
had a couple 3-touchdown games too. I think
about 187 yards.
I don't know, but those are numbers that you said, Bubba. Those are incredible numbers. Obviously, a champion.
So he has a son, Kellen Winslow Jr. Goes on to University of Miami. Is unbelievable. I think he was a first-round draft pick.
Yes.
Was he a first-rounder?
Yes, he was.
Bounced around from all the various different teams and was really probably next to the Sharper guy, Darren Sharper, who's currently in prison, formerly from the Packers, went to the Saints, went to Minnesota, which we can get into his crimes a little bit later. But Kellen Winslow Jr., Dan, was into having sex with grandmas. And so throwing over to Seth. Seth has the rap sheet. Is he still in prison, Seth?
He should be. He got sentenced in 2021 to 14 years.
Jesus.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's still in prison.
Go ahead, Seth. Give us the rap.
He performed a lewd act in front of a 77-year-old woman at the gym while hiding his GPS monitoring ankle bracelet with a towel. He also exposed himself to a 57-year-old neighbor who was gardening while having a bike gap that gave away his location at the time. He was convicted of forcible rape of an unconscious person, assault with the intent to commit rape, indecent exposure, and lewd conduct in public. He said the forcible rape involved a woman who was homeless in his hometown, a beach community north of San Diego. She was among 4 of the women who gave statements saying that since she was raped, she had trouble raising her head and a lot of stuff. So, as you can see.
This guy wouldn't just prey on chicks. He would prey on grandmas.
And homeless people.
And
That's
homeless
so
people.
Weird. I mean, it's like one click above dead people.
And his dad was like, NFL royalty.
And he could have been NFL royalty.
I don't think he ever really had any.
But what I'm saying is, he had the genes, he had the hype, he was a high draft pick, and he probably was. He
never panned out.
Yeah, he probably
that's why I went from Cleveland to Tampa.
You think it was CTE, or you think he was a rapist?
I think he was a rapist.
He says it's CTE.
Well, of course you say it's CTE after you've raped.
Right.
Well, he was diagnosed with frontal lobe damage.
I got that too.
Yeah.
We all got frontal lobe damage. So now, if you look at Darren Sharper's rap sheet, he would go as a Green Bay Packer, as a New Orleans Saint, I think maybe a Minnesota Viking. Let me look up Darren Sharper. He would go New Orleans.
Didn't they have massage parlors back then?
No. So he would go, Dan. He was an all-pro safety or cornerback. Number 4, I think he was number 42 for the Green Bay Packers, and he would go from city to city. You know, each team has at least 8. Back then, during a 16-game schedule, they had at least 8 away games that you were on the road for. And he had a whole big setup where he would go down to the bar, you know, find some, you know, like these guys can all find, if you're, Dan, you've been part of the traveling NFL entourage, if you will, with being a team doctor for 6 years. And I think as long as they're within their curfew guidelines, they can go down to the hotel bar.
They can go wherever they want.
I mean, they could go out.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want.
So he would go.
Almost every time.
He would go out and get these chicks to come back to his room. He would Bill Cosby every one of them and rape them. And Dan, do you have the rap sheet on Darren Sharper?
Yes.
I think he got
18 years.
He got 18 years.
Jesus.
And then he had it in, I think he had it in 2, did he have it in Louisiana and California? Yeah, he got sentenced.
Louisiana, Arizona, California, and Nevada is where he's been accused of.
Right. Do you have the rap of what he did?
I sent you an article.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hold on.
On ESPN.
Here we go. It's coming up here.
See, I mean, they have girls just drooling over them. Why they have to like drug them and rape them is beyond me. It's just it's wrong
because here's the deal, Dan.
These guys are just broken.
Because here's the deal, bud. It's not the aspect of having sex. It's the whole aspect of them being unconscious and you being in control. I guess. I mean, hold on. I'm not into that sort of thing.
You know,
rape is control. Rape 99% of the time, Bubba, like you said, unless it's anger, it's usually about control.
So, like, here's what I'm dealing. Like, if you had a hot ass chick who's a 10 who wants to take you upstairs and take you around the farm, no questions asked, man, 9.999% of all men will take that. But if you got like a 7 that you know, maybe it's not really into you, but you can take her upstairs and drug her because your deal that gets you excited is to have, you know, the control and kind of a maybe borderline necrophilia kind of deal where it's a dead unconscious person. Then listen, to each its own. I don't know what floats people's boats, but some of this stuff that floats your boats, highly illegal. And what he was into was highly illegal. I think this is a story.
Lester, this was a big conviction here. What stands out to you most in the federal sentencing?
Darren Sharper and his lawyer attempted to make an agreement that would limit his sentences for all of these crimes to 9 years. That has now officially fallen apart. This federal judge decided that she would sentence him almost to the maximum 18 years instead of the agreed upon 9 years. This is a real jolt for Sharper, and he still faces sentences in other states for similar crimes.
So let's explore that a little bit. Can you tell us what we can expect in those state cases that have yet to be sentenced?
So in this one particular state, which I don't know which state they're talking about here, this is 18, but I know that he had pending charges in California, Arizona, and Nevada. Now, what's that, Dan? Because it's called concurrently. If you run them, it's consecutively and concurrently.
Right. Concurrence at the same time. Consecutive is like stacking them, like 5 years here plus 5 years there.
So like consecutively
sucks.
Would be like, okay, he's going to do his 18, and then you're going to do whatever Nevada gave you, and then you're going to do whatever California gave you, instead of throwing California and Arizona, whatever, on top of your 18. Now you're just getting them plus-plussed. Right? It's the difference between plus or getting them piled on top.
Right.
Right?
And to be honest with you, when it comes to rape or murder, they should be consecutive and not concurrent.
I agree.
If this guy is that evil, he should stay in jail forever.
I don't know if he can find me the rap sheet or not. Hopefully, maybe it's within this. I can find. And you're
Sharper
right.
attempted.
And by the way, Sharper is a good-looking dude. Like, he's a good-looking dude.
Yeah, there's no reason for it. He's
to
broken.
make plea bargains in all of these other states. He thinks he has plea bargains, but when a federal judge does what she did in this case.
Yeah, you may have a plea bargain with a local prosecutor, but when the female fed comes out and goes off their script on your ass at 18, it makes that local person rethink what the deal they may have cut with you, because they don't want to look stupid in the process. They're all elected officials, so their opponent that would potentially be running against them would say, so, Mr. McGillicuddy of Arizona, a federal judge gave Sharper 18 years, but you, on the same charges, gave him 5 years and allow it to run concurrent with the 18. You're soft on crime.
Mm-hmm.
The other judges are going to take notice.
You don't care about women. Rape's not a big deal to you. It took a woman federal judge to really throw the book at him. You cut a deal with him. That doesn't look good politically, and that gives your opponent potentially that's going to run against you a lot of ammunition.
I think Sharper may be in some real trouble.
I think I saw an article where he's like, after it was all said and done, that he's up for like 23 years or something like that. I don't know. I thought maybe
in these other courts, and he may face sentences way beyond.
So it looks like update on this on him.
Hold on, let me just play this.
He agreed to. Even now, before those sentences, he will face a mandatory 15 years. He must serve 15 years of the 18 that she sentenced him to.
All right, so update on the deal.
Looks like in 2021 he renegotiated a deal with the court system and that he was up for parole.
Both of his baskets, Bogdanovich have been threes.
Which I'm trying to find out. Yeah, that's what I'm.
What now?
It said that he renegotiated a deal with the court system and that he was up for parole in 2024.
After 6 years.
Oh my God, that is horrible.
They let him out in 24?
That's what I'm trying to see if he got up, because
I'm seeing God, that is absolutely horrible.
And that he was going to have to go to like
some kind of halfway house.
Yes.
But that ain't nothing. I'll take a halfway house all day over, being in federal prison.
Yeah, halfway house, you have a lot of freedom.
But not only that, but like,
you're not in jail.
Who has the ability to renegotiate a federal judge's ruling? Like, wouldn't that take the
federal judge would have to do it? No, the federal judge would have to go back.
A federal appeal.
Not even a federal appeal. You could go back to the original judge and he can revise his or her findings and sentence. A judge can obviously renegotiate their own sentence.
They can?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I'm trying to find that it was within this.
They don't usually.
It was within this piece.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to reset it, and it's where Shedeur says he gets too nervous. Shedeur Sanders trolls Deion Sanders.
He's a handsome kid.
He is on fearing to catch his balls. Not his.
It's right there. The Chris Sims one.
Okay, here we go. And where did you?
Like 155.
Okay, here we see. Boom, like this. Boom.
It's always a leader aspect.
Was there did you have catches in the backyard though with Dad? Because Dad can throw it pretty good for a corner. I've seen him throw it a little bit, but
not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah,
but back in the day.
Dad won't catch my footballs anymore.
He doesn't want any part of that.
Nah, he gets too nervous sometimes, or he puts on gloves, and he has baseball gloves at home right now.
But like you in the backyard, and then he see you throw, and then did he start to say like, hey, did he ever coach you up on a little bit, like mechanics growing up?
Nah, the thing is, and that's why I'm able to relate to a lot of the youth.
See, we might be able to play like this.
Yeah.
And then say,
young quarterbacks is because I didn't grow up being able to throw the football as well as I can now.
Yeah.
It took years of work. So that's all I know.
Yeah.
Is the work to get the result I want to get.
Right. Having your dad as your head coach for your entire career in college, offensive coordinator in high school, was he harder on you than the other kids on the team?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, of course, because I represent him, so he knows going into any situation that the other team feels like they're playing against him. And the only way how they beat him is by beating me. So he understood the standards, the expectations, and I represented him as an individual and him as a person. So I'm a product of what he has created. So that's why he always hold me to the utmost standard. So playing for any other coach or everything else, they'll get nothing but the best version of me, because I'm not just playing for myself, I'm playing for the name on my back.
I'm incredibly impressed by your ability to handle the spotlight. I mean, I know your brother Deion Jr.'s over here. I mean, everybody knows who you guys are.
Deion Jr., by the way, Lummy, he's in charge of social. That's what his channel, I think, is called Well Off Forever. Oh. Back when I used to do my own T-shirts, Lummy, when I manufactured them, I did his too. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, for a while, for about a year.
Yeah.
You've been how do you kind of deal with the pressure of being primetime son and this big, awesome quarterback with awesome diamonds around his neck and all that?
Well, that's called the NIL.
It was cameras on us since I came out the womb.
Yeah.
You know, so.
All right. So
I sent you the clip that Rhett did already. It's up.
Rhett's already done something?
Yeah, it's if you go to
that was fast.
It's up on our X too now.
That's awesome. Like a little Chinese chop shop back there. Thank you, Rhett. Appreciate you, bud. Thank you.
Got the little watermark on it too.
Yeah. Should we have at there or just the Bubba Army? You know what I'm saying? Should there be an at there?
Yeah, we could probably change it.
Good. Oh, nice.
Oh, my God. Damn. It hurts to catch a football when someone's zipping it at you from 25, 30 feet.
Look at Deion's baseball gloves.
Yeah.
Now, what I was saying, Lummy, what I envisioned was, and nothing against all this, but I was envisioned playing the clip, you know, that he's my dad won't catch balls from me, playing that little clip, and then going into this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like this just basically regurges what we've already put up there. People seen 1,000 times. I was looking to incorporate the clip that he just said, and then throw that on here.
You know, at so many different levels of football, the head coach's son is the quarterback. You know, all through like Pee Wee and midget and a lot of other, you know, like less than college events. The head coach's son is, you know, obviously the receiver or the quarterback. And I have no problem with that as long as the coach is just as hard, if not harder, on the kid as he is with everybody else.
Yeah.
When Trey played flag football, the coach's son was the quarterback, and he sucked. He'd throw 4 picks, and he wouldn't bench him. See, that's shameful.
Yeah, agreed. So, Lummy, do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
yeah,
I'm getting him the article with the video on it now.
Appreciate it. Send me the news, and then we need to put at the Bubba Army and just set of the Bubba Army if we could.
Okay.
Oscars were last night. Not that anybody cares. I didn't even know. Didn't even know the Oscars were a thing last night. And I guess this guy, Sean Baker, did he win some type of award?
Yeah, it looks like it.
And he uses this opportunity to encourage people to go to the movies, like the movie theaters.
Man, that's worse than making a political statement.
I think I agree. Yeah.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
I couldn't even tell you. It's been years.
I think the last time I went was with my kids.
Yeah, it's been a few years.
That's gross. So being in a cab for 2 hours.
I think it must have been before COVID. Secret Life of Pets 2.
There you go. Thumbs up, everybody. Don't forget BubbaArmyTips.com. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, too. Pop that cherry. bonsoir. Yes, I agree with you, Richard Longwood. Good quarters time, Willie. Fat pig. Come on, guys. Thumbs up. Thank you. You got it. Snook Slayer, I hope we get to talk about that while I'm still here. Because I did watch the entire press conference, start to finish. When you watch the entire press conference, we'll talk about it. Other than that, yeah. Happy first.
Hey, Bubba, the White Monster from 7-Eleven. Do you want me to put it in your fridge?
Yeah.
So what's this last day for Rumble? You coming off Rumble, Bubba?
Thinking about it.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna.
Is there a negative to it? Or is just you think it's diluting other stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, that's your theory. That's Rusty thing.
Make home illegal.
What's up, Creatine? Actually, Creatine, I have a HVAC question for you. I'll send it to you later. Apparently need a bunch of shit. Free from depression. So. No poll today, right? Talk to me.
Cash $10 super chat. Thank you.
Cash.
Oh, well, Grayson, thank you. Thanks. That's what.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Napa Mike, Lummy, 100 on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Also, don't forget BubbaArmyTips.com. One-stop shopping with regards to that, and we get more of it quicker. It's a 90-10 split over there. The great Patrick Melton supposedly came up with that technology. Hopefully he's like one of the founders of PayPal and is getting bought out, and Patrick Melton can, live happily ever after with his invention.
There you go.
BubbaArmyTips.com. Napa Mike, let me again, as I said earlier, 100 on the PayPal. He said, Dan brings in the money, and Brian, the baby face, brings in the likings and the thumbs. I got to tell you, Brian brings in the money too.
Cash $10. Thank you.
Brian brings in the money too. I don't want to get this inner struggle, inner war going on. I think there's naturally there's one already that exists. But here's the thing: we all we all
want everyone to succeed, and I don't punch down.
You didn't let me. We all benefit. We all benefit from the popularity of both. They both have distinctive, different personalities. For years, they did a show when I had my Radio I.O. gimmick. They really deep down are friends. They just have this Roadrunner and Coyote type mentality when it comes to their on-air shtick, if you will. I think that's.
Where's the old Brian and Dan shows? I would love to hear
They're
those.
up on BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Yeah. If you went to BubbaArmyHQ.com, Seth, you can see were those just called the Diacos?
It was called the Diacos.
But it ended up being mostly just you and Brian.
Yes, especially towards the end.
Yeah, so go here. And were you as adversarial then as you are now?
Yes.
Oh man.
We fought. I almost fought him a few times. Like,
Seth's
really,
I'm going back and I'm going to get that. I'm finding that.
I am. Those are going to be in a rotation on the Thursdays on Bubba Army HQ Live.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's going to start getting the stuff that's still up in Bubba Army HQ world. And that's one of them.
Just throwing up randoms like that?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Wow, okay.
Now,
what was Honora about?
I don't know. I was getting ready to say, though, but these are very rare. To get an Oscar is very, very rare. Who leads in most Oscars ever?
Meryl Streep.
Meryl, really?
I'm guessing. I don't know. That was just. I thought we were playing a trivia game.
I think you're right.
Probably though.
I think you're probably right. I know the great Gene Hackman, who just died, only had 2. I wonder.
Let's not kick him while he's dead, Bubba.
I'm not trying to.
He wasn't that great.
Well, the all-time is Walt Disney.
Oh, come on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, won by an individual. He's won 22 of 59 nominations.
Is Meryl in there?
Actually, I think the late great Sam Simon won a couple Oscars. No. That's TV.
Emmys?
So that would be he won
Emmys.
like 12 Emmys.
That's amazing as well.
Yeah, not.
Well, it's TV. It's a different genre.
I know, but still, it's like not an Oscar.
The small screen versus the big screen.
If you didn't cast Mikey Madison in Once Upon a Time, there would be no Honora. Thank you so much, and for all your incredible work. Guys, I'm going to take this time up here really quick to read something I'm very passionate about. Well, first off, thank you to the Academy. This means so much. Thank you to my...
What was Honora about?
Well, just so Seth knows, Meryl Streep does have a record. She has the most nominations for a living woman.
No, not nominations.
Well, I'm just saying. So Seth asked if she was in.
All right, that's pretty strong.
I know, but if you could maybe find out who leads. I think maybe does Denzel Washington have 4 or something like that? Maybe I'm sure you can bing it. All-time Oscar leaders, male and female.
My fellow nominees, your films are incredible.
Dennis Muren has 9.
What?
Dennis Muren.
Who's that?
It's a person that got
for
9 Oscars.
Best costume.
I'm looking for best actor and best actresses.
Or supporting.
I'm looking for some real categories here, not the best score, not the best makeup and artist. Please.
Honora is a romantic comedy drama film written and produced by this guy. It stars Mikey Madison, a young stripper who impulsively marries the son of a Russian oligarch, played by Mark something. The supporting cast includes a bunch of people I've never heard of. So
to be in this category with you. I'm going to put this down. So we're all here tonight and watching this broadcast because we love movies. Where did we fall in love with the movies? At the movie theater. Watching a film in the theater with an audience is an experience. We can laugh together, cry together, scream and fright together, perhaps sit in devastated silence together. And in a time in which the world can feel very divided, this is more important than ever. It's a communal experience you simply don't get at home. And right now, the theater-going experience is under threat.
No, but I can lay in bed with my testicles hanging out and my thing of popcorn, and I can pause it.
But I understand what he's saying, though.
I do, but it's you know what? It's a desperate grasp. It's never going to happen.
You think it's dead? You think it's a dead entity?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just dead.
Absolutely.
They'll be gone very soon. I mean,
they're going to be turned into the health club soon.
Katharine Hepburn has 4, so she's a leading female, with Meryl Streep with 3.
Okay, there's my female deal.
And the actors is Jack Nicklaus.
I was going to say Jack Nicholson.
3.
Jack Nicklaus was the golfer.
Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson is the actor.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Hold on, no. What does Jack?
Three. These are all for three. These are the most.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
And Walter Brennan.
And who?
Walter Brennan.
Okay, those are three.
Yes.
Who's got two?
A long list. A very long list.
All right, don't worry about it.
Especially independently owned theaters are struggling.
They're done. It's like regular radio.
What? I never really thought anybody liked going to the movies. I mean, remember we had the movie theater shooting here.
Yeah.
People complain about other people, chewing their candy too loud and people laughing too loudly and stuff. I just feel like it's better for society if we watch our movies at home.
Let's forget this, Seth. It's expensive.
Yeah,
I think a movie ticket's now $15 to $17. And then once you get in there and get the juju beans and the milk duds and the large Coke and the large popcorn with butter, I mean, you're looking at $100.
Right, which is 6 months of Netflix.
It was when we took
real.
Walker to the last year. I think it cost us about $75.
Yeah, but by the time 2 adults, 1 kid, then get Walker loaded up on what he needed, and then you load up on what you need.
Even if we wanted a bottle of water, it was $6.
And it's up to us to support them. During the pandemic, we lost nearly 1,000 screens in the U.S., and we continue to lose them regularly. If we don't reverse this trend, we'll be losing a vital part of our culture. This is my battle cry. Filmmakers, keep making films for the big screen. I know I will.
And that's why you'll probably only make one more film in the rest of your career.
Is he talking about the big screen versus like making Netflix movies? Is that what he's trying to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Distributors, please focus first and foremost on the theatrical releases of your films. Neon did that for me, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Parents, introduce your children to feature films in movie theaters, and you'll be molding the next generation.
It's easier just to prop your kid up in his room and play Nemo.
Generation of movie lovers and filmmakers. And for all of us, when we can, please watch movies in the theater, and let's keep the great tradition of the movie-going experience alive and well. And one last thing, my mother introduced me to cinema at 5 years old. Today is also her birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. I love you. Thank you for everything.
All right, nice try.
It's insane that his mom introduced him to something. Wow.
Yeah.
Weird.
So the WWE
By the way, Bubba, I think he should have taken that time to go, just so you know, I know it's expensive, and I know people are struggling with the economy, and eggs are so expensive, so I bought out a movie theater at every single major city in America so you can go see my movie for free. I want you to get back into the theater experience, and I'm going to try to pave the way for you guys.
Yeah, let's let these actors waive their money that they're getting paid, so that the audience can go and watch their movie for free in the movie. And maybe that's what. Listen, the movie theaters are going to have to come up with some kind of gimmick to get people back.
Do you still vote for this, Bubba? Do you still get the Academy nominations, and do you still review them and vote?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I don't. I just don't even fill it out.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because now they used to send me DVDs, and you could watch them. Now they send you a link, with a verification code and all this kind of nonsense.
And do you watch any of them?
No,
not a single one.
No. Because and Dan's asking because I'm a member of SAG, Screen Actors Guild. I get to participate in.
You're a voter.
And so at the end of the day, I used to, and it was a lot easier. They sent you a ballot, and you went online and did it. Or, they would send you these, I got all the movies that were in the theaters. I'd get them on DVD, Blu-ray. And that stopped about 3 or 4 years ago. And now they just send you to this link to click on. And I was kind of like, whatever. I pay my dues. So I think it's $200 a year to be, to pay your dues, just because it's very prestigious to be.
Yeah,
to have your SAG card.
Do you use your insurance? Do you use their insurance?
No, you have to. In order to be able to use their insurance, you have to have been on a movie set that was a SAG operation
within a few years.
And you have to have contributed to the insurance fund.
Oh.
So I haven't contributed to the insurance fund, so I'm not eligible for. But Hogan, man, back in the day, he used SAG insurance because he had done enough things, and had contributed enough money to use their insurance. But, I mean, I don't think anybody in this building SAG except me.
I had an AFTRA card for a while.
Yeah.
That's the Jobber one. It's like the Betamax.
Here is the WWE was in was it Toronto?
Yes.
And this girl sings both. Now, when you're in an opposing country, you usually sing the visitors' national anthem first, and then the home national anthem second. So, like, when the Toronto Maple Leafs come to Amalie Arena and play the Lightning, you play "O Canada" first, or you sing "O Canada," sing it or play it, and then then obviously the Star Spangled Banner second. Well, so this woman, who's quite attractive, she is in Toronto for WWE, and she sings the Star Spangled Banner first, and then goes into the "O Canada." Here's what the fine people of Canada think, and even wrestling fans. By the way, she's beautiful.
Who's brought stripes and brought...
Really, it's not that big of a boo compared to the ones when they, when this first.
It is. You just for whatever reason, it's not. It was very, very loud.
You know what? A lot of times the WWE, Seth, with post production, will infuse or turn down the dB level of the boos. Remember when Hogan was here for the WrestleMania during COVID, and he just got booed. It was in Tampa, and he got booed out of the park. But after a day or two, where the WWE production team had a chance to fluff it up, they took the boos out and put cheers in. So the WWE is known for doing this.
Oh yeah, I was there, and every time because Hogan was hosting it, every time he popped on, it was a loud boo.
But when after the WWE had freshened it up, they took a lot of that out. I think that this might be them taking a lot of the boos out.
Stars through the perilous fight.
See, Seth, that's not too bad.
Yeah,
but as it happened, I guess you said it was really bad.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try to convince you that they drowned her out or anything. But if I don't think you have them doing the national anthem, but you can obviously tell the difference. Or "O Canada." But here's the thing, Bubba. I didn't know she was doing both anthems. So I thought she was just doing the national anthem, and I thought that, man, that's got to suck for her because she's getting booed. But then she got to do "O Canada," so she got to experience like the raucous cheers and then the very, very loud boos. I'm not sure many people get to experience that in their lifetime of doing that.
The high-low.
Or "O Canada."
I should say the low-high, right?
Absolutely.
They treat you like crap. You feel like horrible, and then you get a big pop on the way out.
I think booing a national anthem is shameful on any country at any time when you have a guest country performing at an athletic event. I think it's disgusting. You can boo people, but booing a national anthem when you're not at war with that country is pathetic.
Washed, we're so gallantly streaming in air, gave proof the flag was still there.
All right, so I don't have her "O Canada" gimmick.
Yeah, it was crazy.
But I'm sure it was great. And now, is this where this happened?
Yes.
So John Cena's shocking heel turn with The Rock was the ultimate WWE swerve. What happens now? I'm not going to play the footage of it because we always get flagged. So I can verbally describe what happened. Or maybe I should actually throw it over to Seth.
Oh, stop it.
No, I mean, rather than me sit here and read it, it would be easier for me to throw it over to you who watched it and give us a description as to what happened. Because me navigating through it's going to be
cumbersome. Can you ask me questions? I don't want to go too deep on this. I don't know how far back I'm going to go. So you tell me, just as somebody that's watching from afar, what you want to know.
Well, I mean,
you want to know about Cena, like what happened that night?
I want to know, I want to know how did they turn Cena heel?
Okay, so a couple of weeks ago, there's been a lot of lead up and stuff. A couple of weeks ago, The Rock came out on SmackDown and told Cody Rhodes that he can make all of Cody Rhodes' dreams come true if he gave The Rock his soul, which a lot of people think is goofy, and I still do. But apparently giving The Rock his soul means he would be the corporate champion because The Rock is very high up in WWE. So Cody Rhodes had a couple of weeks to think about it. John Cena wins the Elimination Chamber, so that means John Cena is going to wrestle Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania. So The Rock wanted an answer at Elimination Chamber. He wanted Cody Rhodes to tell him whether he was giving him his soul or not. So
his soul.
Yeah, so John Cena's still in the ring from his win. He's a good guy, ultimate babyface. He's, he hugs Cody Rhodes when he comes out, and The Rock goes, hey, what's your answer? And Cody Rhodes tells him to F off. He did say the F word, and they did not beep it, which I was shocked at. So
but they're on Netflix now, so they don't need
Peacock, Peacock and Netflix internationally.
Right, so they're not on terrestrial, or even cable for that matter. They're on streaming, so I think they're further insulated, so that language wouldn't be a problem, right?
Yo, it's not a problem. It's just something that they've kind of always beat before, even because they've always had everything on pay-per-view where anything goes. So
a little shocking, right?
Yeah,
for them to the F word, just to drop the F bomb.
Yeah, especially Cody, who's the ultimate babyface.
Right.
So Cody comes out. Cody says F you. The crowd starts going crazy. The Rock's just standing there, and though John
is The Rock sitting there just confused? Like, how would Cody ever do this to me?
He doesn't. He stands. He doesn't break. He doesn't change his face. He doesn't do anything. So then everybody's going crazy. John Cena's jumping up in the air because he's like, "Oh my God!" He just told The Rock to F off. So John Cena goes up to Cody Rhodes, daps him up. And so John Cena's head is over Cody Rhodes' shoulders, looking right at The Rock. And then The Rock looks at John Cena and makes the throat slit at him. And John Cena's face completely changes. Then he gives a low blow to Cody Rhodes, and they continue to beat the hell out of him. They cut him. He's bleeding. They took his shirt off. They choked him with his own tie.
Now, if I don't play the audio, a lot of times we don't get flagged. I don't think so. As I'm just playing visual here, is this before or after Cody told him, "Man, The Rock looks great, does he not?"
He is jacked.
God, he's doing 3-a-days at the gym. He doesn't even have a family. It's like just lives in the gym.
And his veins are coming out of his head.
God, he looks jacked. So, Seth, is this before or after Cody gave him the great news?
This looks like before because the Rock doesn't look so pissed off right now.
All right. So here's The Rock, and he's talking, and then so now at this point, probably looks like it might be right up to the setup where he might tell him no, because you got Cena standing there, right?
As soon as Cody has the mic, that's when things start to pick up.
All right. So let me see here. So like right
there, yeah,
right here. And so this might be where Cody. So The Rock says, like, I gotta know. You're gonna give me my soul. You're gonna give me my soul.
Yes.
And then Cody, and it's boom, and then.
He said, "I want it all rock.
I want it all rock."
I can't believe him.
It's a black guy.
That's Travis Scott. He's he's a very famous rapper, and I believe he's going to get worked into wrestling soon.
Oh, really?
But they've got, between Logan Paul and Bad Bunny and some of the guys that they've had, even Ronda Rousey, they've really developed some great wrestlers. There's a lot of great athletes out there.
Oh, so hold on. So Cody does a job. Just on the surface. Let me see if I can explain this. So Cody does a job for Cena by saying, "No, I'm not giving you my soul. That's what you want. That's what you're not going to get." And so at that point, Cena should really, really be happy with Cody, right?
Yes.
And so the fans would be like, "Man, Cody just did John Cena a solid. I wish I could play this, guys, but it will just absolutely get copy-stricken. It'll ruin the entire show. We'll spend 4 days disputing it and trying to get it, trimmed out. It's just easier not to do it." So at this point, everybody's like, "Yeah, Cody just told The Rock off, and he just did a job for Cena." And then that's when Cena turns heel and attacks Cody. Cody just did him a solid, and he attacks Cody, right?
Yes.
Let me see here.
Are those cut-off jean shorts?
Oh, yeah. Hold on here.
People still wear those?
So this is what you were talking about, Seth.
Yeah, this is where it all happens.
So, John Cena is hugging Cody Rhodes like, "Thank you for doing me a solid."
By the way, two A-list actors in the ring right now.
Yeah. Well,
if you look at it from just we know these guys from wrestling, but these are two blockbusters in the movie world that are just standing in front of us on WWE.
Probably into the multi-billions of box office receipts between Cena and the Rock's in multi-billions by himself. The Rock's.
But Cena's a megastar too. You're right.
That's what I'm saying.
They're both superstars.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
you're in the multi-billions of box office receipts here with The Rock and Cena. Now they got it cameraed, the hard camera, just perfect where Cena is supposed to look at The Rock and give him that real sinister deal as I'm getting ready to turn on Cody. This look in itself, Seth, probably helps sets up the whole deal. That real sinister look. So Cody and John Cena are hugging it out because it's Cody's understanding he just did a job for John. John, should be happy as hell, and this is where John turns on him. They get the hard camera shot into John's face. It's mad, and now he looks at The Rock, and Rock gives him the slit across the throat gimmick, which means like John comes with kicks him right in the nuts.
The ultimate bad guy move.
The ultimate bad guy move takes Cody Rhodes, kicks him in the nuts. At this point, I don't want to play it, Seth, but is the crowd at this point going nuts?
Yes.
As far as booing,
there's just it's
just Panamanium.
It's crazy. I mean,
everybody.
He looks great though. He does. He's aging well.
I mean, he looks unbelievable.
Yeah.
I don't know how old The Rock is.
He's got to be 45.
Hey, Alexa,
I think he's like 52.
How old is Dwayne Johnson, The Rock?
Let me bing.
Yeah, go ahead.
52.
Nice. And then Cena's what, about 45?
No, he's 50.
Is he?
Cena's 50?
50s. That's why he quit. That's why he's quitting.
47.
Oh, my bad.
Cody's Rolex.
Oh, it takes Cody's Rolex. Yeah. I hope he bought it down in Chinatown. That's not a real presidential. Hits him in the head with it. I don't know if Cody. Well, does he do juice?
Yeah, they had to do it a couple times. So they started hitting him with the belt.
Look at the video. You'll see him try to find the blade. Watch this. Boom. Now watch this. You'll see him. They'll cut away. But he's right now. See the pocket?
Yep.
See the pocket? If you know what you're looking for, like I do. Mm-hmm. See the pocket? He's looking for the blade. But he can't get it out. Without Cena knows he didn't get the blade because there's no juice. So I got to hit you again. And I may have to spud you because you can't cut yourself. I'm going to have to probably cut you with this Rolex because the blade job winner, he does, Lummy, in order to get really I bet he does a little cheese grater gimmick to get it going.
The Rolex stem will cut you every time.
Oh, yeah, watch. Lummy, you got a small gig going and you're just trying to open up that gig.
Yeah, make it bigger.
With your punches. You're trying to open up that gig with your punches. And Cody being so blonde-haired.
Yeah, it's like Flair.
It really the juice extends. Now look at this. Look right back here. Right back here.
Yeah.
Boom. I'll sneak this arm up underneath his forehead. Watch.
Man, I didn't know getting your ass kicked was so hard.
Now look. He's got the blade in his hand.
Yeah, you can see how his whole. Yeah,
he's got the blade in his hand.
Grip.
See, that's watching my show, listening to my show. I show you the Iggies. Nobody else knows this stuff but me. Please. All right, so now he's going to feed back in. Probably Cena's going to hit him again. He'll go back down on the ground. That's when but still got the blade in the hand, Lummy. Man, what a slow gigger.
No.
what Seth, go on record to know that Cody's a slow gigger.
That's what I'm seeing.
I mean, you can see
he's
that
holding the blade.
He's got the blade. You got to go coast to coast across the forehead like your dad.
He's going to keep getting beaten.
Now, your dad is one of the greatest giggers of all time.
But this is going to be one of the most watched segments in WWE history.
I know, but he should have been gigged by now. All that blood would have been just squirting all around.
Nice. You can't get rid of the gig either.
No, you can't get rid of it.
This is going to be great. Cena versus Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania. It's going to end with, this is John Cena's last year. It'll end with John Cena facing The Rock in his last match.
And who goes over?
I'd say Cena wins his last match.
Yeah, you can't do that to the guy.
Well, I mean, he's not fighting an up-and-comer. I mean, he's fighting The Rock.
No, I'm saying, no matter who he's fighting, you got to, Taker won his last match. Some of the big, if you look at the all-time greatest.
Did he lose his last match?
No, one.
Or Taker? Oh, okay.
No, I think the Taker won his last.
I know he came back, but his last match was supposed to be at WrestleMania when Roman Reigns beat him, but I know he came back a couple more times after that.
If you look at the greatest of all time, I think Vince, now Triple H, you can't do that to a person that's as iconic as John Cena. John Cena, arguably one of the greatest of all times. You don't job him on his last match. You go out. Maybe he doesn't have the strap, but because having the strap on your last match, now you got to drop the strap to the company. The company has a deal, but he has to win.
So Andre the Giant lost to Hogan, but did he win his last match of all time?
He
his
went
retirement
on,
match?
he lost to Hogan in WrestleMania 3, but he went on and wrestled
for years.
For a couple
years.
So I don't know. It's Cena and Cody Rhodes for WrestleMania, and then that'll just naturally feed. Cena will go over, and then that'll naturally feed Cena into The Rock on when The Rock finally wraps it up. I'm sorry, when Cena finally wraps it up, which will probably be on a pay-per-view. Will it be on a? Will Cena's last match, Seth, be on a pay-per-view?
Yeah. I would definitely imagine so. Whether it's Survivor Series or something after that.
And boom, he goes over. Maybe it's not a strap deal.
No, I don't think so. I think when his next win, Bubba, it means he breaks the all-time record for most championships over Ric Flair.
Right.
So that I think they want to get that for him.
Let me do some words when I come back. Obviously, I got the Zelensky in the White House. That's the biggest story going. Donald Trump kicked him out. But I also got this as well. This really pisses me off. Oh, yeah. Let's put Pete Rose in. Let's go ahead and put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame now. Now that he's dead, and he cannot enjoy being, his good name being somewhat cleared, or at least his spot in baseball history. Let's say that this doesn't necessarily, by getting inducted into Cooperstown, clears him of his wrongdoing, but it certainly puts him among the elite ball players in the league. That's what anybody that's in any industry strives for. If your industry has a Hall of Fame, Cooperstown, obviously Canton.
They're not trying to get him in the Hall of Fame. They just want him off the ban list. I don't think he's ever going to make the Hall at this point.
I think this is what starts it. You have to get off the ban list in order to get in it.
And also, Donald Trump pardoned Pete Rose, he said.
So this poor guy, and by the way, Pete and I were not really good friends, but if I walked into a room and Pete saw me, Pete would say would come up would say, "Bubba." I hung out with Pete 3 or 4 different times.
That's awesome.
And in fact, I think I gave you my Pete Rose bat.
Sure did. Thank you.
It says to Bubba.
Yes, it does.
Keep swinging or something like that, or keep hitting or whatever.
That's awesome.
Keep hitting it with the Hit King.
And then he signs his name with the 3,000 or
4,000, 285.
Poor guy lived, I don't know, those last 20 or 30 years alone as a cheater. And he never cheated. He never did. He technically did, but he didn't.
I sent you a news story about Trump partying in him.
All right, I'll get to that next, okay?
All right.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Well, I sent you also the new Shador clip. Make sure that one works for you. And thank you, Big E, for the 100 on the BubbaArmyTips.com. Thank you, Big E. Yep, Gizzard. I'm not sure of that page. They're going to be gone soon.
You sent me Trump.
I sent you Trump and the new Shador. Just make sure that you like that one.
That's the Trump one right here?
Yep.
He gets too nervous sometimes, or he puts on gloves, and he has baseball gloves at home right now.
But like you in the backyard, and then he sees you throw, and then did he start to say like, hey, did he ever coach you up on a little bit?
Nah, the thing is, and that's why maybe we relate to a lot of the youth and young quarterbacks, because I didn't grow up being able to throw the football as well as I can now.
Yeah.
It took years and years of work. So that's all I know. Yeah. Is the work to get the result I want to get.
Right.
This is really good.
All right, yeah, someone post it everywhere?
Yeah, I mean, make sure we hash it up.
Yeah.
Hash it correctly. Yeah, this is good. This is really good.
All right, perfect.
But I think I might need hashed.
Yeah, we'll go back and we want to make sure it's good for you. We'll put it up everywhere.
Yeah. Is a minute 34 too long, or does it need to be under a minute?
I mean, a minute 34 would be fine.
What's up, Nick? Big Lugger. Big Buck. Chief Charlie. Record Time Willie. What's up, Grumpy Old Viker? Big Cannon. It's our C's.
Did you see the Ty J?
The drone footage?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're working on it.
Okay, do we have anything for me to play off of Ty J's? Or should I wait for...
Titus Boone. Gives Wolfman Brother.
Don't worry about it.
I got a link here.
People.
Sent you the Ty J.
Thank you.
Steve Coco.
Got a nice of those.
And then our guys are working on something.
Yep.
All right.
Your drone top of your house.
That was drone for the roof. We said. It was on. The roof guy did it. One of the roofers did it.
Chief Charlie 215, $20. Dr. Dan, days are the best.
Thanks, Chief Charlie.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Couple things. One, make sure you give us a thumbin' on our YouTube channel, which is at The Bubba Army. Obviously, we're not going to beat the Brian Matroni 1,000 by 742 deal, but I feel confident that we're going to do 1,000. 1,000 thumbs up. Thank you. Almost 1,300 watching now. Appreciate you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at The Bubba Army. And let me now, we got a new gimmick. BubbaArmyTips.com.
Yes, sir.
BubbaArmyTips.com. Rhett just put together a great video with regards to the Shador. My dad won't catch my passes anymore. And we got exclusive footage from June of 2020 when Shador wasn't even in college yet. He had committed to Florida Atlantic at that point, but decommitted once. Within I don't know, that happened so fast. That was June of 20. And within just somehow, within a 6-week period, Jackson State, gave Dion a job. And, at that point, Shador decommitted to Willie Taggart and decided to go be with Dad. What they do? 3 years at Jackson State? 2-3 years at Jackson State? Shiloh decommitted from South Carolina to go to Jackson State. Deion instantaneously took the Jackson State program and turned it around. I think Shador played 3 years at Jackson State, then 2 years at Colorado. And we might have some of we probably don't have the only footage out there, but when I was out in June of 2020, when Deion came to town because Tom Brady reached out to Shador to see if he wanted some instructional video / throw the ball around a little bit, I was invited to go. And during that footage, Deion's catching passes from Shador.
Iggy McGillicuddy, $20 on the super chat.
Thank you so much, Iggy McGillicuddy. Love you, my friend. So, I mean, Shador's now at the combine, and he's telling Chris
Sims.
Chris Sims, a pretty big show. If this is some jobber show, that his dad doesn't really like to catch his balls anymore, footballs, and so then we revert back to our footage, and you never know when you're going to go viral. You never know when the video you put up. I mean, we put a stupid reel up, a 47-second reel of Seth and I talking about how much Fox was going to charge for commercials, and we did 56 million views on Facebook. So when we make these things, we like to spread them across all of our platforms, and you never know when something like this is going to hit, especially if it's tagged and if it's hashtagged. And you hit on an algorithm, and people share it. It starts to get a little explosive. Not 56 million. I don't know that we'll ever beat that, ever. That's that's Mr. Beast has the record at 200 million. So there's anything over 10 million is huge in the real world. Reels being a part of Facebook. So we took the footage of Shador making this proclamation to Chris Sims on his sports show, and then dubbed in the time that when Deion would still catch Shador's passes, and then with a little Tom Brady kicker, with a Tom Brady instructional kicker. I like it. Thank you. Thank you to all involved to put it together.
Would you have catches in the backyard, though, with Dad? Because, Dad can throw it pretty good for a corner. I've seen him throw it a little bit. But,
not anymore.
Not anymore.
Nobody's got this.
Nope.
Dad won't catch my footballs anymore.
He doesn't want any part of that.
Nah, he gets too nervous sometimes, or he puts on.
You can clearly see, this is Deion catching the ball. By the way, this is Alex, who is Tom Brady's nutritionalist / trainer. And you can see that's Deion with a gray beard and his gloves.
Gloves, and he has baseball gloves at home right now.
But you in the backyard, and then he see you throw, and then he start to. Did he start?
Then you get the little Tom Brady kicker
to say hey, did he ever coach you up on a little bit? Mechanics growing up?
The thing is, and that's why I'm able to relate to a lot of the youth and young quarterbacks, is because I didn't grow up being able to throw the football as well as I can now.
Yeah.
It took years of work.
And I got to tell you, if I was catching that much of a dart I would be wearing gloves too.
Yeah, what are they, 15, 20 yards apart?
They're about 15 yards apart, and that's a dart.
It hurts to catch those balls.
That's a dart.
Work. So that's all I know.
Full shoulder, full hips. Watch.
Yeah, it's
ready?
Work to get the result I want to get.
Bam.
Right.
And Tom Brady's going damn.
I may draft him one day. You think hey, can you imagine that 5 years ago he's playing with him at Berkeley, and now he actually may be instrumental in his draft?
Yes.
It's incredible. It's an incredible
and nobody,
turn of events.
And I'm not trying to be, blah, blah, but this is very this footage that I got.
It's special.
There's only me. There's only 5 people there. Deion, Alex, me, Shador,
and Tom,
and then Shador had a media guy. So 6. There's only 6 people in the world to have this. And Tom Brady is look, this is how you do it. Keep your hips down.
And isn't Berkeley nice?
No, we got put on the jobber field.
Yeah, but even the jobber field's nice.
It was all right. Boom, dart. That's when we first got there, and I didn't know I was allowed to go on the field. So I was sitting with Tom Brady's dog right here, scratching Rover.
It's a good angle though of them playing catch.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I was like, man, I think I
B-roll.
but this is where I'm thinking, I need to get some of this. Because, Seth, I didn't know that I was going to get invited up to the, to end the field. So I thought this was the best it was going to get.
Right.
I was like, so I should at least try to get this. Because it's got everybody involved. It's got Dion. It's got Tom Brady. It's got Shador. And you know who was actually I know Dion. I don't really know Tom. But I just got introduced to Tom. That's it. But I actually spent quite a bit of time talking to Alex, and he is super cool.
Oh, nice.
Super cool, dude.
Ned says Earpiece, $20. Dr. Dan Days.
Thank you, Neds.
Cretan Travis, $100.
Oh, my God.
BubbaArmyTip.com.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is great. Hopefully, Lummy, we have it hashed correctly. And this will get some legs on it. Let's put it everywhere. Let's put it,
Will do.
Let's put it Insta, Tick, wherever.
Facebook, yep.
Facebook, Reel, Stories. So Saturday, I'm out there, on my full-blown job site at Ocala Speedway, and Ty J shows up.
That's awesome.
Ty J. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, my daughter, she works for the Department of Transportation. And so a lot of times she'll be in a city, she'll live in a city for like 6 months as the DOT's got like a new overpass going in or something like that. She's like a supervisor that works for the state of Florida on the DOT side of things. So when Johnny Contractor's putting in, 4 new lanes on 301, she's there representing the state. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So she was just in Lakeland when they were doing a big deal there. Now she's kind of lives outside the Villages, which is only about 25 or 30 minutes from me. So Ty J's like, listen, on Saturday, I'm going to go up because I don't know if you guys know or not, but Ty J owns his own drone company. It's called 86 Drone. And he mostly works for like insurance companies, roof adjusters, banks that are getting ready to fork. And so he'll go and completely drone a property or a house or a roof or, land or something like that. So he's got it's just him. He does well. We discussed what he makes and he does well. And he's like, I'm not interested in hiring, like to have 3 or 4 crews. I just do it all myself. And by the way, he does all of his own editing and everything. So he came up Saturday because he knew that was my big power screen synergy day, Lummy, where I was, actually having a mini rock quarry, if you will, at back of my property. And who's coughing?
I'm hitting my cough button and coughing in the corner. I'm choking.
Dang.
I can't help it.
Are you okay, Lummy?
My throat.
That's the 4th one.
I can't help my throat.
Is it allergies?
No, it's my throat.
Well, take a drink of something or something.
I have. Bubba, things get stuck in my throat.
Do you need hot tea?
Clip.
You haven't eaten anything. You haven't eaten anything. What got stuck in your throat?
It's just what happens, yes.
The light got stuck in your throat?
Saliva.
No, it's just what happens, Bubba. I can't help it. Things get stuck.
It's so annoying.
I know. Trust me, I know. I'm the one who lives with it.
So wait.
86 was his number in the NFL, right?
Yes, 86 was his number in the NFL. So anybody, listen, if you need any drone footage or drone of your home or your property, you know what, Dan? It might not be a bad idea to hire Ty J in the midst of what you're going through with your insurance company and the roof and all that. It might not be a bad idea. I think it's probably only a couple $100.
It's been droned. They droned it. One of the roofing guys did drone it because that's the best way to evaluate a roof.
Yeah.
Because walking up there destroys tiles.
Right.
And so, but you know what, Bubba? I'm telling the insurance company to go F themselves. I'm fixing all my own stuff. I'm not going to get a penny from them. They can go pound sand. I've been living.
You're going to sue them.
I'm going to.
Yeah.
But I've been living like a homeless person for 4 months. I'm tired of living in plastic and visqueen and no baseboards and exposed crap. I'm over it. I'm just going to fix the whole damn thing and sue them
And
on
then
the
sue 'em.
backside. I'm tired of it.
So you're going to say, you know what? I don't need you anymore because you've screwed me around for 7 months. And you've had more than enough time to remedy this, give me some type of closure. You just keep screwing me around.
Yeah.
Now, hold on. This is a very... This is one of... When you think of the most prestigious insurance companies, you think of two places. Lords of London and Chubb.
Yep.
Anybody like Tom Bean, for instance. Tom Bean has all of his stuff through Chubb, but he also has a personal umbrella through Chubb. He, a lot of his Domino's franchises. Chubb is, I'm just going to be honest with you, Chubb's for rich people.
Right.
And so...
I have literally $10 million of insurance
but he's
from them.
treating the Chubb is treating you like you live in Pinellas Park.
Yeah, they are.
So anyway, if anybody needs any drone work, Ty J is the best. And he sent some B-roll over to Rhett and Gary, and they're in the process of making me some videos to send out to Power Screen and to send out to Synergy and everybody, anybody who potentially helped me that day, Buck. And so watch and let me. He edits his.
It's a nice video.
This is what I did this weekend.
Did you play around with his drone at all? Like try to fly it?
No, I was working my ass off.
Would he let you play with this drone? That's his business.
Yeah, I think he would. I think he'd let me fly it around. But see,
maybe not land it.
He's got 4 major drones, and like the one that he was shooting is like $4,000. And so, but there's a button. If you get in trouble with it, you're flying it around. Maybe you're getting in trouble with it. You just hit this button, and it comes right. He has this thing that's about the size of maybe a small beach blanket, and it has H, a big orange H on it, and that I think it denotes home. And you hit that button on that controller, and that drone, no matter where it's at, will come straight there. So, like, if I was flying it over by the trees and getting it all crazy and sideways,
you could just hit the button.
Well, Ty J would probably yoke the controller out of my hand and hit and either take it over or hit the H button. But here's some footage that he sent. So this is unbelievable. I'm gonna make sure we get this posted up, Lummy.
All right.
But also, I think that Gary and Red are working on a best of video for me too.
Look at the track.
So now see, that's our operation. Now it
looks like you're in Utah.
I know, but
it looks like a commercial operation in like Utah.
I know. Look at that. I mean, look. So let me. Here's my ones. Here's my twos, and there's my threes. And then Buck built this ramp so that he could load this hopper up.
You can haul that in your truck, like with your truck?
Yes, you can haul that with your truck. Yeah. But I mean, we look like a modern day rock quarry, do we not?
Yeah, that's awesome.
There's Buck. Buck's loading.
The spin-off to Landman. Rock Quarry.
Dirt track rock quarry. On Paramount Plus. On Paramount Minus. See, so let me when you really got it running hard, man, it's spitting all 3 piles out. It's spitting your ones, it's spitting your twos, and it's spitting your threes. See?
It's incredible.
How I didn't think of this, or why I didn't think of this, or why I didn't do this. 12 years ago, I would have never had to pick another rock out of my track ever. And the thing about having rocks in your track, Lummy, is it cuts tires. And so you'll get a racer that's doing really, really good, and then he'll cut a tire from a rock, and then that's like kid touching.
Like if you were to send this to the big dogs that come, do the race, in January, February?
Oh, they'll see it all.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm gonna send this to all the sanctioning bodies saying, we're getting ready for you, man. We'll have the best material we've ever had, courtesy of my good friends at Power Screen Florida. I like the little effects that Ty J throws in there. Look at Buck on the stick. Buck's the man. See, Lummy, you got to be so good on the stick that you can't hit these metal sides here.
So this is actually the final version from Rhett and Gary.
Oh, this is the final.
Yeah,
I was
this is them doing
I was
it.
going to say, man, this looks so damn good.
This is them. This is what they did.
This looks so damn good. I don't know how much more my guys can tweak it.
Yeah, no, this is what they did.
These are my guys.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Rhett. Thank you, Gary. And more importantly, thank you, Ty J. So see, Lummy, there I am on the skid. I'm getting 2s right now. I'm picking up 2s. And see, there's Billy. Lummy, he's digging.
Okay, that's where it is.
Yeah,
I wondered where it was.
That's where my honey hole is, right there. This whole little section is all a big, huge, probably 1,500 to 2,000 yards.
That's pretty badass because you're not even touching where the campground.
No, we're like, now we have to watch it. It goes this way, so we're only going to be able to go about that far because we'll impede the road. But I think we got enough material to last us for a couple years. I mean, you got to think, all of this, Lummy, is pre-screened, de-rocked. And that's probably about 1,500 yards right there. Anyway, all this footage courtesy of Ty J. Armstrong and 86 Drone. Lummy, I got to make sure that I get it to Power Screen and Synergy.
Okay.
So then, Lummy, I'd get my truck, and that's what my buddy Mike Stolnecker gave me this dump trailer to use.
Oh, that's nice.
And then they would load me up with. I needed to get some of this stuff on the track ASAP, and I didn't want to use the number 1s. I just wanted the 2s. So they would load me up, and that's about. I think that's about 6. That holds about 12,000 pounds. I don't know.
You really needed every piece of equipment that you had there.
Oh my God!
It was all being used,
and we were all working together.
Yeah.
I had a guy on the skid. I had Buck's kid on the skid steer. I had Billy, one-eyed Billy, on the excavator. I had Buck on the front end loader, and then I was shuttling material to the track. And then dumping it, and then I had to grade it. It won't show me grading, but then I had to grade it later. So then I would dump it on the track.
That's the good stuff?
That's the number 2s.
Well, why would you use the 2s if you had 1s?
Because number 2s are better for a base and number 1's better for a finish.
Oh, okay.
That's why. But thank you for asking.
I mean, you're explaining everything else.
So, I was like, I'm out here on the track, and I'm like, where's Ty J? I can see his drone. He was clear back at the job site. He could his drone can go that far.
There's like a little screen.
So you can see piles that I was starting to dump right there. See the piles that I was starting to dump. So anyway, here we go. What a great video.
That's neat.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Rhett, and more importantly, thank you, Ty J. And let's make that a video too, Lumby, that I can send to various people and people that like dirt. I'm sure there's a bunch of people saying, "Oh, Bubba talks so much dirt today."
I'll include
dirt's my life. I can't help it. Just like medical procedures are Dan's. I this would be like if Seth had if I own a racetrack and I have to maintain that track, and maintaining that track involves doing what I'm doing this weekend, which is replacing the material, screening it, de-rocking it. But what if Seth owned his own baseball card shop? He would be giving videos of that too.
Why do you feel like you have to defend what you're into?
Oh, please.
It's not.
He's got to.
Much new this morning. President Trump planning to pardon Reds legend Pete Rose. This was announced late last night. And WLW.
Now, is this like modern day, brand new, or is this when Pete was still alive?
No, this is modern day.
So this is.
This is over the weekend.
He's pardoning him. What's that called? Posthumously.
Yeah,
that too.
Posthumously.
$10 on the super chat.
Richard Childs joining us from Great American Ballpark with the latest here. What's this all about, Richard?
Well, Kelly, we still got about 26 days before the Reds open up the 2025 season right here at Great American Ballpark. Just 6 months ago.
Pete has his own statue. One of the things that Pete Rose was famous for was, did he invent the head first slide?
No, but he definitely used it a lot.
Yeah, I think he may have been, I don't know if he invented it or not, but he was the guy that used it, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's before gloves or any of that kind of
And the way he went in hard.
That's why he called him Charlie Hustle.
That's right.
Charlie Hustle.
This statue on the plaza filled with tributes from fans today.
Only 83.
Perhaps the biggest tribute that Pete Rose and his family could ever ask, possible pardon from President Trump. Now, what this means, whether Pete Rose will now be eligible to go into the Hall of Fame, whether this is a pardon from those federal charges. Rose, of course, was sentenced for tax evasion going back to 1989.
Well, you know what, Dan, here's the deal. If you are pardoned for the crime that's keeping you out of baseball's Hall of Fame, and you've been pardoned of that, that means you're innocent of those charges, correct?
Yep, the conviction has been overturned. You are now innocent. That has gone away.
So
it disappears. It doesn't exist.
If that has been used as to why you don't get a certain thing or a certain level of achievement, if that's the sole reason, and that's been overturned and you're now innocent, then that should never be a determining factor as to why you aren't a part of something.
Arguably, yes.
And before that ban from baseball in 1990, we don't know.
I think this was an all-star game.
It sure was.
Didn't even mean nothing.
Nope.
And he took didn't he dislocate the catcher's shoulder?
He sure did.
Oh, but the president, clearly a fan, wanting to see what he describes as justice for Pete Rose. Of course, the greatest ball player to come out of this Queen City. Now, Rose spent 6 months in prison in the 1990s.
6 months in prison.
After pleading guilty to tax evasion, considered Major League Baseball's hit king.
And I think the tax evasion wasn't really from, it was from gambling.
Yes.
It was from
Proceeds
gambling.
from gambling?
Yeah.
Rose was banned from Major League Baseball and from the Hall of Fame for those allegations, which Rose did not admit to until 2004. Now, taking a look, these are President Trump's words, posting on Truth Social, saying over the next few weeks, he will be signing a complete pardon of Pete Rose, saying Rose should be placed in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Now, again, the Reds opening up the 2025 season, taking on the Giants right here at Great American Ballpark, March the 26th. Pitchers and catchers, of course, spring training already underway, but this is certainly going to send shockwaves through Reds Nation gearing up for this season. Reporting live this morning, Richard Childs, WLWT News 5.
All right, Richard, thank you for the update.
Thanks. Rob Manford considering petition from Pete Rose's family for a reinstatement into, I think, the game, and then that would be probably the stepping stone to him getting into the Hall of Fame. Well, I mean, in Donald Trump's description of what he was doing, he said he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, there's no reason a man who's dead needs to be on the banned list from baseball. I still don't think he's going in the Hall of Fame because they should have just done this while he was alive. So, I mean, they knew this was coming. I think that they're going to take him off the banned list, but I don't think he ever gets voted in.
You don't think the writers would do it?
No.
The writers are stiff, too. They're real
They're
stiff.
a bunch of nerds.
What does it mean at this point?
Again, he's being convicted of crimes that really today are not crimes.
Yeah, here's the deal.
know, I mean,
you can bet on any sport.
You can bet on anything. Everywhere.
I mean, you can bet on any sport. Period. When we come back, we'll talk about what everybody's talking about, and that is that Trump and J.D. Vance, the vice president, got into a verbal altercation with Zelensky, the president of Ukraine.
It was beyond verbal.
It ended up Trump kicked him out of the White House. I don't know. I'm sure other people have been kicked out of the White House, but I don't know if other people have been kicked out of the White House during a live press conference.
And I don't think a lot of world leaders have been kicked out of the White House. I mean, it was an unusual event. They had the whole day planned, and he's like, "Nope, you're done. Get the hell out."
And the other thing is, I got a story to play, and that is, this isn't a lot of people are like, oh, this is Donald Trump, and being a dick and what have you, and you can have that position. Of course you can. And J.D. Vance was baiting him and all that. And again, that can be your opinion, but just take this in consideration. I think Joe Biden hung up on him in 2022. There's an article that says Joe Biden was really frustrated. They were on a conference call trying to get this worked out, and Zelensky was being impossible.
And not thanking him enough.
And not just being a dick. Zelensky was just being a dick to Biden. And I don't know that Biden hung up on him or ended the call like 15 or 20 minutes, like way early. So this guy, this Zelensky, Republican president, former Democratic president, being kicked out of the White House, being hung up on. The common denominator isn't Donald Trump is the problem, J.D. Vance is the problem, Joe Biden is the problem. The common denominator is this Zelensky dude's the problem.
Why bring Biden into it? I mean, why not just focus on the fact that this played out on, TV, which, didn't happen with Biden potentially taking or not taking his call?
I brought Biden into it to show that it was a bipartisan issue.
But we don't know if that happened, do we?
Yeah, there's an article. I have an article about it. So I'm trying to bring it up so we just don't look like we're Johnny Magarara over here. It looks like the common denominator is that Biden had problems with him too.
Dude, he got his country invaded. What's supposed to happen?
Seth, before you get too invested in this, I would suggest watching the entire 40 minutes of it.
I saw it all, Dan.
The whole thing? You saw the very beginning of it?
I saw everything.
You saw everything?
I saw the reporter ask him why he's not wearing a suit. I saw everything.
Okay.
I know when Trump greeted him, he asked him, he says, "Oh, you dressed up for me." What am I missing here? I mean, essentially we're siding with China, Russia, and Iran right now.
No, you know what I am? I'm not siding with Zelensky. I'm saying this guy, I'm not siding with anybody other than this guy seems to rub people the wrong way. And I'm trying to show that he even rubbed Joe Biden the wrong way. So that's what I'm trying to show. We'll do that next. Hold on.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
On the BubbaArmyTips.com. Message gets put up just like the super chat, but it'll stay up a lot longer. That's a little bit more coin in our pocket. Hit the thumbs up button for Dr. Dan. Get over that 1,000. Please. $904. Woo. Boom, boom. Oh, sweet. Good morning, Berto Perez. Thank you. Jason Dawson. I'll put the drone footage link in with the audio footage, Bubba.
Okay.
For power.
All right, thank you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Jay here?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Air tries to keep 100 bits, thank you. Black Guy in Cali 5. Rumble, thank you. Black Guy in Cali.
Which part, what would be the best to play? This is 10 minutes. This is 39 seconds. This is 49.
40 minutes in, I think it was in the. That's why I sent that one, the full one.
This one?
If you go up a little bit on it, I think it says 40 minutes.
Well, like right here?
When it starts to, yeah, if you scroll up on that post.
Right here.
Yeah.
I got it.
Okay.
See?
Well, I meant like it says the timestamp on it.
Oh.
48:30.
Okay.
It said it starts where the meltdown starts.
Dark match.
42. Bond.
Love you both.
What's up, Shane Reeds?
He could have filariasis. Maybe he needs ivermectin. He could have a parasite in his veins. Yeah. Surprise, surprise. Yep. Suka Blyat? What's Suka Blyat? Suka Blyat? Is that Ukrainian?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Prior to jumping in the Zelensky White House throw out gimmick, Seth sent this to me, I think today. And I thought maybe we'd lighten the mood a little bit. Who is the Rizzler? And where did he come from? Seth and Babyface are at odds over his viral success. Do you agree with me? Yeah, I see some things on the internet sometimes, and this person is, virally famous and this and that, and you just don't understand how or why.
He's known for his Riz face. He squints his eyes and stroking his chin.
Yeah, and so that's become a thing.
Well, he created it.
It's his thing.
He didn't create scratching your face with your. He didn't create that move. That move's been around forever. People kind of going like, kind of like that gimmick.
Well, the Riz is a Generation Z slang term meaning
Christ
charisma.
Almighty.
Where did this kid even come from? I don't know. Where does anybody come from? Everybody's viral. I love the Rizzler. I actually am very indifferent on the Rizzler, but I did like that he showed up because people were going.
By the way, this is a clip from the Blizzard, and I'm getting clips from all the podcasting shows and playing them. Whenever I can. I know why it was over there, because I think Seth Money told me to play it during the after show, and I completely forgot.
No, you're fine. I just said in case you didn't get to it.
Oh no, I'd like to get to it now.
crazy the kids.
Then he showed up. You think it's hard to book an 8-year-old?
Well, the celebrities in our society, Brian, are the people that are on YouTube.
I know,
people
it
that
makes
go
me
viral.
sick to my stomach.
Why?
Because that kid's done nothing to earn.
I feel with Brian.
Make a face and rub his chin. The bar has been set so low as to what
he's apparently 8. What do you want him to do? Fucking juggle fire?
Go to school and not be in my fucking feed at all.
Yeah.
I shouldn't even know who you are.
It's Saturday.
It's exactly how I
He
feel.
does collabs with the.
Go to school and don't be in my fucking feed.
I guess he does collabs with the Costco guys.
Oh,
Dude, he went to the card shop. What the hell?
F the Rizzler. F anybody who likes the Rizzler. F the
Holy
Costco guys.
shit, man.
F anybody who likes the Costco guys.
Wow, dude. You referenced AJ and Big Justice on this podcast one time or on the show. Nobody knew what you were talking about.
Ironically.
Nobody knew what you were talking about except me.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Don't feel attacked here. I just don't like these tools that become famous because they come up with something that's
I'm actually very much co-signing with Brian right now.
really stupid.
What? Well, so
really, really stupid.
we should all, people that are in movies and musicians and athletes. They don't need to be the only famous people in our society.
They do. I'm good. We don't need to.
I'm right. They do. There should be a certain threshold of being famous, and a fat kid that rubs his chin and calls himself the Riz needs to be not famous.
This many famous people. No, because then everybody thinks that they're important. Because then everybody's kid wants to be a fucking YouTube star. It's a virus. It's an insidious virus that is going to eat our society up.
Man,
where did this kid even?
We need. Has that been? Have we distributed?
Yes,
Perfect. We need to
everywhere.
get that out because that is about 99% of just normally wired, normal adults feel.
You know what? For about 20 years, people asked what Kim Kardashian's talent was, and now she's a billionaire, and now we're drilling 8-year-olds about what they're able to do.
Man, if this 8-year-old becomes a billionaire, I will kill myself.
You know what I can't understand? Brian's shirt.
Why? What?
And that.
What?
I don't know. That doesn't make sense. That shirt.
It's called a top.
It's a top.
It's a top.
Yes.
They say they call it a cute top when he's wearing a shirt.
Okay.
See, it doesn't help. I know you probably don't want to get down that path, but I sent you art where he was on with Jimmy Fallon and the Costco guys.
The kid?
Yeah,
What?
the kid. Yeah.
What? The Riz?
He was with the Costco guys on Jimmy Fallon. You can learn the Riz Fizz dance with It's the Rizzler on Fallon tonight.
What's amazing is there's so much content out there and that people gravitate to this kid. So he's doing something special.
See you. Thank you for being here. Now, you're known for
Which is why I hate Jimmy Fallon. Well, I like Jimmy Fallon better than I do Jimmy Kimmel.
He looks just like Marco Rubio on that couch.
Rizzler.
Here we go. Jimmy Fallon making the Rizzler famous. Let me know when Jay walks in. Hi, karate.
Rizzler. Good to see you, buddy. Nice to see you.
How about that little that little kid from Russia that goes and thinks he's all tough. And he tries to, act like he's
all... Hezbollah?
Yeah. Hezbollah. That guy.
But he's an adult, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got some kind of...
He's got a disease or...
Andy Milonakis thing.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I think he's got like an Andy Milonakis thing like times 10.
Oh, man.
Now, you're known for the Riz face, okay? Yep.
It makes... I don't want to advocate punching a kid. I do want to make sure everybody understands. I wish my attorney Jay was here. You're my attorney too, Dan, but yes. Jay's the elder statesman, and that could give me some type of disclaimer stating that I'm not Bubba the Love Sponge in no way, shape, or form is advocating you hitting a child in any way, shape, or form. But this guy's Riz mentality where he act like he's makes me just want to. I really wish I was 8 and I could punch his face off. I mean, really, I wish I could rewind my life back to 8 and I could just go and just.
Who said you could take him?
Just pummel him?
No, I could.
Bubba could have taken this
I was pretty
kid.
tough at 8.
Riz face, okay?
I wasn't. You know what? My claim to fame, Seth, was hitting a few dingers out during Warsaw minor league. I was starting catcher, starting third base, was playing football, and I wasn't a fat ass that was rubbing my chin and telling people to shh. Doug Clem had me toughened up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Does that not disgust you that us as a society have made that a thing? You could probably ask your kids, Dan, who's the Riz face, and they would know.
I'm planning on it.
And who are you to have that much arrogance and swagger that you can, grab your little chin and tell people to be quiet?
Your lawyer's here.
Hi, Karate's here.
You want to ask him if you can beat up an 8-year-old?
Jay, I do not want to beat
days.
up. I do not want to beat up an 8-year-old. But this triggers me. As just Are you familiar with it?
I was just listening to it, so yeah.
Let me play it. Well, you've not seen it. Listening's one thing. Seeing it's the next. This is what this fat little bastard's known for, and that comes from a fellow fat bastard.
You have the
just like a
license to
black
say
guy,
that.
just like a black guy can say the N-word, just like Seth could say the word Jew, just like Lummy can say the word alcoholic.
Yep.
Bubba can say the word fat bastard. I am one. This makes me sick to my stomach that we as a society have made this a thing.
Good to see you, buddy. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Now, you're known for...
the Riz face. You're known for being the Riz face.
For the Riz face, okay? Yep. Yep.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, do you want to get more mad? Do you know how much money he's made in the last year?
Riz face?
Over $1 million.
Of course.
Now you're getting Seth mad.
Oh, no, I know how well these guys are doing.
He's killing it.
What's the story behind it?
Maybe I can hate you less if you tell me the story.
So basically, one day I came home from school and I was like, Dad, I want to make a video. And I was like, this is how to do the Riz face, and then I just didn't. I just did it.
Wait, so you said, Dad, I want to make a video, and then you said, and this is how you do the Riz face?
Yeah.
But what does it mean, this is how you do the Riz face? Can you teach me how to do the Riz face?
So first, you put one eyebrow down like this.
Ruth, you want to try this, too?
And then you raise one up.
Okay.
And then you suck in like this. And then you do it all together.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you do the Riz face.
I'm doing the Riz face?
No, like take the eyebrow.
Tell me.
That's some wholesome stuff right there.
Tell me right now that as a society, we are so much closer to idiocracy than we've ever been.
For sure.
And I know that all of us have watched it, and we thought it was so far-fetched that we couldn't figure out that plants needed water, and that we ended up, we made all this, an African-American president made all decisions based on who won the monster truck show. And, the number one game show in the world was Kick Me in the Balls. And tell me that we're not that far from it right now when we got little 8-year-old fat bastards rolling up on the number one late night talk show in America, showing him how to do a stupid face that anybody could have thought of, and the guy's now made over 7 figures.
What are you trying?
Like,
I mean, Bubba,
you look like you're doing an impression of Robert De Niro.
You said it yourself, Bubba. You said you never know when you're going to go viral, and he did the Riz face and he took off.
I
What
know.
is he supposed to deny the fame?
No. Seth, I'm blaming us. I'm not blaming. I'm not blaming the kid.
This is the first thing in society that's made you question society.
No, this is one of 400,000 things that made me question society.
The Riz face. So one time, I just, after school, my friends taught me how to do the face, and then I just said, Dad, this is how you do the face in Riz later videos.
Do you think you do it the best?
Probably.
Have you seen all the celebrities that have done the Riz face? Who do you think has done the Riz face the best?
Somebody, please tell me that this is going to have the shelf life of Hawktua. Please.
And he's been going. He's lasted longer than her so far.
Yeah, he's looks like he did it in 2023. Got big in 2024.
Time for the Rizzler to let go. This is the music video.
Oh man.
The OG, we ain't never gonna go back. The Rizzler is OG, we ain't never going back. Real Rizzler, we got it playing on the bottom with us. Playing football all day. We got
the beats don't even match. Hold on, the beats are out of beat. The beats are out of sequence.
Lummy, are you trying to bury the Rizzler?
I'm not saying Bubba any of this.
I'm going.
This is the Bubba's finding it.
No.
These are suggested. Hold on. These are suggested videos from the Kimmel deal.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
We don't play football and we ain't locked. We don't like it, we ain't licking it lap. We ain't freaking no back. We ain't licking our back like you're licking our back like licking a lap. We ain't liking that back. Standing in the flap. We ain't freaking that back. The Rizzler OG for night.
Are there words in there?
For OG for night.
I don't know.
I didn't hear any words and I didn't hear any rhymes.
I don't know.
Bubba, you're a much better rapper than he is.
That only has 382 views. I don't know how legit that is.
Right.
Maybe the one that's got 3.
You know me as the Rizzler. I'm the Panther dressed in black. Once I give your girl the Riz face, there's no chance she's coming back.
Yeah, that's the official Rizzler song.
Yeah.
Right there. I guess this is Access Hollywood. They're gonna no. So everybody breaks in the Riz. Now, did I hold on? Did he do an AEW high spot?
Yes.
With the wrestling company?
He's been in baseball appearances, looks like basketball appearances.
Well, they like, ladies and gentlemen, now waddling his way to the mound, 8-year-old the Riz face guy to throw out the first pitch for the Mets.
Oh, he has a deal with Prime. Looks like Logan Paul signed him.
How did it feel to be out there with 10,000 people?
Makes me want to punch him.
Oh, I know.
Why, you think you could cut a better
How did
promo
it feel to be out
with no words?
So, my Mick Foley promo was far better. I had to take a spud and everything.
Yeah, but you couldn't do a promo with no words, Bub. But this is why he has talent.
Agreed. I mean, I don't know.
How did it feel to be out there?
Once you get fatter.
Oh.
My God, he's getting fatter. Fatter with fame.
He's making a lot more money.
Yeah, the fatter he gets, the
10,000
funnier he
people.
looks. And so, remember
The Chris
when...
Farley effect.
Yeah. Skinny comedians aren't as funny.
I'm just disgusted.
That kid bothers you that much?
Yeah.
Referee Fred, $50 on the Bubba Army tips.
We sit in here 5 days a week, 20-plus hours a week, not to mention how many tens of hours of podcasting and extra shows and full-blown archives from back in the day. So we got 7-Eleven, the newest intern, and John from Naples that are ingesting some of the old stuff to try to aggregate you to go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We just set up BubbaArmyTips.com, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, asking you, Lummy, as we're getting ready to approach our 1,000th thumb up on YouTube, sitting here just scrappy, borrowing, and stealing, just trying to stay relevant, trying to provide good content, good male skewing content, from seasoned content providers, if you will. Got a couple lawyers that roll up in here. Got a doctor that's a lawyer kicker. And you got guy that's an outlaw biker. We just got different shapes and sizes that make for a really good show. And we're sitting here, living literally month to month, paycheck to paycheck. And this little mother effer can roll up in there right now.
Neil Malpa's here. Dr. Dan Tips, $20. Bubba Army Tips.
Scratch his face and give you a shh. And that bitch makes us look stupid.
Well, I mean,
makes, like literally, could probably buy and sell us. We didn't make $1 million last year.
Mike Akers, $20 in the Bubba Army Tips.
What were you saying, Sethy?
You just pointed out why we're not famous like the Rizzler, because we're in here for 30, 40 hours a week, and he's just at home figuring out what he can do to go viral next. So if we just got rid of all this and just brainstorm for a little while, maybe one of us can get on that level.
Sure. Let's just think of stupid stuff. Be like, hey guys, listen, we're gonna have a staff meeting on whatever day, Wednesday. I want you to come back with the absolute dumbest thing you can think of. I don't want to think of anything. If it's smart, you're gonna get fired. I want the dumbest thing you can think of. Somebody like, hey Bubba, why don't you scratch your chin and then give them a shh? We'll call that the bub face. It's gonna. I'd be like, get the hell out of my building, buddy. If that's what you're coming up with. I guess I had seen where it looks like and you probably know her more than anybody, Seth, that Bobby, the chick that did the
Althoff?
Yes.
Yeah.
That she's now over. Like, she's having a tough time getting guests and stuff. Like, everybody's kind of over her shtick.
Yeah, but she's dating former Buck Sean Murphy Bunting. So there's that. I do know that. I don't know how I know that, but yes,
Will that do anything for her?
No, her views and her likes have faded quite a bit.
Yeah. Now, who's in worse shape right now? Bobby Althoff?
No, Hawk Tua.
Or the Hawk Tua?
Hawk
Tua's in hiding.
Yeah.
Now, is Hawk Tua facing charges?
No.
Yet.
For the Hawk Tua crypto coin?
Not yet, but she has not produced any content since she hung up on that phone call about the meme coin that everybody lost a ton of money on.
Yeah.
So I think she's done.
When we return, there's within the Zelensky, Trump, JD Vance, Yippee-yo, they have the whole entire thing, but the guy says that the magic starts at 40-30, so we don't have to watch the whole entire thing. Dan and Seth and a couple, I don't know who else asked.
Jay's seen the whole thing.
Jay's seen the whole
watched
thing.
It.
I might watch it later today. I got really kind of a busy day.
It puts it in context.
But I am going to pick it up from that, from where it went south. This is, I think, somebody asking Zelensky why you didn't wear. And here's the. I think that's a legitimate question in the fact that, like, if you're going to meet the president of the United States and you're asking for help, and procedurally everybody in the room but you that is participating in the meeting respects the office and has a suit and tie. It's much like, listen, I only wear a suit and tie on 2 or 3 different occasions. One, at a wedding. Let me like when I went to Ronnie's wedding, I wore a suit and tie.
Yes.
And 2, the only other time, if you see me in a suit and tie, chances are I'm going to court.
You're next to me.
I'm next. Chances are I'm wearing what Jay picked out for me to wear.
Exactly.
You guys don't understand. When I was on trial, Jay would have me bring me. Well, first of all, they took me down there and took me shopping, and what tie to wear with what. One day I didn't. There's some days I wouldn't wear a tie.
Well, you remember what we decided? That you were uncomfortable in a tie, and that being in a coat and a button-up shirt and a real suit, that was sufficient for you. We didn't need to have you in a tie because that was like an uncomfortable thing for you. But you were very well dressed. But I got to be honest, I've been watching this guy for 3 years, and I thought to myself out loud many times to Danny, Pitty, Steven, does he have a suit anymore? We're not in a war zone now. I totally respect that he's in the middle of a war over there. So maybe you wear camouflage when you're in Ukraine. But when you're in Washington, D.C., the safest place in the entire world, and you're seeing the president, I mean, I kind of get it. The question was a bit snarky, but I've wondered this exact same thing to myself for 3 years.
So we got that to get through. I think Chris Christie criticized Trump's meeting.
Who cares about him?
Well, I want to get all sides.
No, I know.
And then, I think Laura Ingraham was brought up that, other presidents have had problems with this guy. I guess he had a problem, or Joe Biden had a problem with him one time. So, I mean, it looks like the problem is him. And I think he's kind of full of himself. This dude is. And I think that, we'll start digging into it next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I've seen a lot of those Riz faces. That guy's not even good at it. That's what's funny about that one. I thought it was some guy like
Who's that comedian, that handsome comedian, Seth? Matthew Riff or something, right?
Oh yeah, right.
I thought it would have been someone that looked like him doing it. You know what I mean?
I think that's why.
Did you ever see Seth the Dude? It's a couple years ago, where he's this guy from like New Jersey or something, and he walks and it's like, "How you doing?" Like that guy. Did you ever see that? Did you ever see that guy?
What a guy?
Yeah, he was on Twitter. He was like this. He was the "How you doing" guy.
The wrestler?
No.
Oh.
Just a dude.
No, I don't think I know that guy.
But he was famous just for walking up him.
Let's see, the "How you doing" guy. The "How you doing."
I can't find him either. That
I gotta find.
We'll find him. Because the original "How you doing" guy is Joey.
Oh, from Friends?
For sure.
Let's see.
How you doing, New Jersey Devils fan?
Lil Mo Mozzarella?
What a great name.
Maybe. He just rolled around and he would get free food, and like anywhere he would go in New York, he was like the fucking man.
We just walk up and go, "How you doing?"
People going crazy.
This guy? Is it this guy? Can you see?
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, Lil Mo Mozzarella.
Yeah, that motherfucker. If you send me some of his shit, it's the dumbest fucking shit. But he.
Yeah, here, I'll send it to your.
Like Acres.
Yeah, what's his name? Little Mozzarella?
Lil Mo Mozzarella.
Yeah, if you send me some shit, we'll talk. He's fucking. And he's turned it into a whole big fucking. Like, what's his followers?
Well, he has 3.3. Let's see. I'm trying to see his shit. Where is he? He's got 690,000.
On Twitter?
TikTok. Well, not all of them blew up.
Oh, not all of them did?
No, but I think the one that mattered did.
Did you IM it?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Lordy.
I still let me know one right.
You can get him on if you want to email Lil Mo at WMEagency.com.
Oh, yeah. WME, which is William Morris. This motherfucker. I hear. That's all he does.
Yo, Mo, I don't think I should have worn this outfit. They're getting indicted for looking too good. Hey, you done?
Oh my god.
Yo, Mo, I don't think I should have.
Yeah. So you're disgusted as I am?
No. It's funny. That's the guy. They found him, Lil Mo Mozzarella.
I love the name. That's the funniest thing ever.
Man, oh man.
I got a special announcement. Pittsburgh. Tom, stop hanging on my shoulder like a gargoyle.
Stand shows, get your tickets.
No, actually, what we're doing is we're finding a local spot. We need like a deli, a coffee shop, a restaurant, something that needs promotion. And we're going to do a pop-up there.
He's doing pop-ups.
The day of the show. And we're going to give tickets out to the show because we can't sell any tickets to Pittsburgh because we suck. Don, did you sell any tickets to Pittsburgh?
Four of them, actually, but I think I got to pay for one with my pants.
Is he doing?
Jesus.
Do you think he was a comedian the whole time?
No.
Listen, this how you doing thing. I didn't start it, but I got a pretty good how you doing, let me tell you. I don't want no problems. I didn't mean to wear the sunglasses, you know what I'm saying, Mo? But I had to. Hang it down. Mo, I almost just got into the sickest bite. 4 guys, all cross-eyed. I asked them what the fuck they were looking at. Hang it down. Be on the corner of Metropolitan Avenue, your sister's ass. Somebody comes at me like I'm Chris Rock, I got the pistoli right here. How you doing?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Seth found the guy I was looking for, and we were talking earlier. By the way, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We hit the 1,000 for that.
Jay High Karate is in the guest chair with his brother, and we were talking about this Riz face kid, this 8-year-old little fat bastard, and that comes from a fat bastard.
8:45 is what I marked down for the 1,000 for Dr. Dan.
Okay. You know, Seth's going to shove it right up his ass saying he made it an hour and 3 minutes earlier. I don't
say all right, that's great.
An hour past the...
We talked about dirt and didn't have a survey.
How you doing? So we were talking about irritating people that have become viral based on some catch slang term, just based on something stupid. Not having an ounce of talent at all. And this guy's been going on for a couple of years now. I don't know what his numbers look like. Seth said he saw his TikTok. I don't know what his X or Facebook or YouTube. I don't know if he's got any significant numbers over there. I think, Seth, you said that his TikTok was respectful. I mean, he had some pretty decent numbers over there.
Yeah. I like his comments, the first couple comments. Have you said one original funny thing, and does he pay TikTok to be on?
Yeah.
Seems like he gets a little hate.
So this guy is like a New York dude, and all his whole gimmick is, how you doing? Much like 62 other million Italian Fs that run around here and act like they're heavily Italian or from New York. Don't you hate people from New York that's their gimmick? They're from New York. If you know what I'm saying, do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's people that roll around and they're like, they put the heavy New York accent on, and this would be one of those guys where his gimmick is like, I'm trying to act like I'm Tony Soprano. I'm trying to use ultra slang, and I've developed and my gimmick is just to roll around and say, how you doing?
His numbers aren't that respectful in other places.
Todd,
2,600
what the fuck
on
they were
X.
looking at.
Hold on here.
Hey, you doing? Behind the corner of Metropolitan Avenue, your sister's ass. Somebody comes at me like I'm Chris Rock. I got the pistoli right here. How you doing? Oh, tickety tock. Sucker man.
Oh.
You doing? You know 2 things you can't eat for breakfast?
What?
Lunch and dinner. How you doing?
Oh, wow.
How you doing? No fingerprints on the Gucci glasses. This way they don't convict me for looking too good. How you doing? I heard you're so Italian.
Does this not make fellow Italians, as we have a couple of them in the room, just absolutely, like, this gives Italians a bad name, does it not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then when you get hit in the ghoul, you cough up a wooden spoon. Hey, you doing? Rearrange your face before I rearrange it for you, neck bone. How you doing? They call me fucking Kojak out here, you know what I'm saying? How you doing? Hey, Noah, where's your boat? How you doing?
And he'll just go restaurant to restaurant and get...
I gotta go to Rochester.
He'll get free stuff.
He's a food critic, too.
And people just gravitate to him like he's a absolute rock star.
How many followers does he have?
Well, on X, 2,600.
Hold on, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
YouTube,
2,700 now.
11,800.
Okay.
Instagram, 732,000. And Facebook,
now,
251,000.
700 so Seth, 732,000 on Insta is pretty big. I mean,
That's real.
That's huge.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
How you going?
I'm taking a plane.
Who's going with you?
Sheila. It's my mother. I got Dominic coming. He's going to open up for me. You're talking to the camera. I'm going to post this on social media. Look at my hair. I like the way this guy did my hair. It's like a coif. It's going to look nice in the suit. The back looks good or no? Oh, I got the waves back like when I was a kid. How you doing? What's up, Cuisine?
Hey, let's go Yankees. This is our year, baby. We're going to make it nice and easy, Ma. I need 3 sandwiches on semolini's. Chicken cutlet. We'll put the red peppers, maybe a little arugula, and then we're going to pour a little mozzarella. Please don't forget the balsamic glaze, Ma. We got this kid, Dom. He's from Cincinnati, Ohio. Youngstown, Ohio. These guys will steal the chrome off your bumper. Hey, I'm kidding you? This guy used to pose as a slot machine, so people will put money in his mouth. Hey, listen, if you're in Rochester and you ain't coming to my show, you're a Momo, because we're going to have a good time. And I know there ain't nothing going on in Rochester. All you guys do is watch paint dry. So once the Buffalo Bills are done, what the hell do you guys do? You pick your nose? Pick me a Cadillac. But listen, make sure you come to my show before I hit you with so many semolinis. I think you just walked into the bakery. Nobody move. Nobody gets hurt.
You know, it seems like he's trying to be like an Andrew Dice Clay. Am I kind of right?
Yeah.
It's not very good.
Over here, Rutherford bananas. I'm about to go bananas. What do you want to do?
This guy is offensive to offensive Italians.
Yeah, you're right. How you doing? Stupid.
Do you think he gets hired to play private events for the mafia?
I don't know. If I was a mafia, I'd hire him for a private event and then knock him off. and say you get under the guise you give us a bad name.
Put him in the front seat, give him some cannolis.
Lummy, this is 40 minutes long. Can anybody give me a synopsis? Maybe Seth, give me a synopsis from now until from the start to now. What have we gone through at the 40-minute mark?
I'll let Dan explain.
Let's let Jay explain. Let Jay explain it.
I didn't really see a whole lot in the first 40 that would have led me to believe that there was something like this coming.
No,
it was boring. 40.
Trump was very magnanimous. He was very complimentary of Zelensky. He was very complimentary of the war fighters and the people and how brave they were. And he was talking in terms of putting a deal together, and that this was the beginning of the deal. And for anyone that knows why this rare earth deal is important, is because inherently, without putting American boots on the ground, we have American civilians who are working in these areas, and that's going to be a security measure for Zelensky, because a deterrent for Putin is having Americans within the confines of Ukraine. And so the underpinning is they've already got a basic security deal in place, which is this rare earth deal. But which would require
us to have mining operations.
Correct.
Hey, I had a mining operation this past weekend.
You sure did. Good.
And what's interesting about that is he's doing that to try to secure payment for what we've already paid them, because Europe had a secured loan that they did. All the money that the EU gave to Ukraine was secured in the form of a loan. All the money that Biden gave to him was just given to them. And so there's, is it 250 or 350, whatever the number is, it was unsecured.
So Trump is at this point trying to secure a mineral rights deal that puts American boots in Ukraine.
That's why he was there to sign that deal.
Which is somewhat of a deterrent for Putin. He's not going to be as Putin-like if we got Americans there.
Because
if we're doing mining, we'll probably have it heavily guarded, because this is a very precious metals mine the metals that we're getting out of here has a lot of value. So we're just not going to have, Buck and the boys out there. They're going to be highly guarded.
Yeah, and we're not going to have soldiers. See, Putin does not want American soldiers in Ukraine. And so Trump is so savvy that, okay, instead we'll have American civilians and American citizens, because if you screw with American citizens, it's a bad deal for Russia. And so there's your deterrent. So he's going through this meeting, and the whole time you can see that Zelensky's getting a little bit irritated.
About what? About it's not going his way?
Yeah, because he says, I want more security. I need security guarantees.
Well, he also didn't think that Trump was pounding Putin enough when
That's
he was
exactly
speaking.
right.
Yeah.
So he starts calling him a murderer, a terrorist, and all these things. And Trump goes, I can call him a bunch of names, but that's not going to help with the peace deal. I want the killing to stop. We can get to the security, but let's get the deal done. Now, the underpinning of this is they had a deal. All he had to do was go to the White House with a suit on, Go meet him right now.
Not even
shake
with
some
not
hands
even necessarily
with his little green camo thing.
But just hold on. Just play the game. Don't go crazy because Trump's not dogging Putin the way you want him to. Because Trump probably can't dog Putin the way you want him to because the deal's not going to. A guy's not going to sign a deal when you've mother effed him.
And Bob, you've been to mediations and negotiations.
Unfortunately,
the mediator doesn't insult both sides. He tries to be an impartial person. You don't insult the other side when you're trying to mediate a deal. It's stupid. It's asinine. And all Zelensky did the entire first 40 minutes, which the world's going to cut out and edit, is insult America, insult Trump, insult Putin, and then say that no matter what, he's not going to do a damn thing unless the Putin pays for the war.
Yep.
And he gets 100% of his territory back. Otherwise, there's zero negotiations.
Well,
he's more worried. May I finish, please? Yeah. He's more worried about his unnegotiable positions than his own people dying.
Well, now hold on. This deal's going to get done.
Maybe.
Hold on. If this deal gets done, this is just a person that's taking a step back. It's my understanding that this deal's going to get done. Dan, was that you sucking on a protein shake?
That was a straw. And that
protein
was
shake.
It was the bottom. It was the bottom. It hit the air bubble.
Do you not have any on-air couth at all?
It's gone.
That we're on. It doesn't matter. The act had already happened.
It had an inch and a half.
It doesn't matter.
It
doesn't. Jay, can you tell him?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. What if Jay had did that in front of your honor?
Oh my Lord!
Come on, Dan. You can't wait, 2 minutes before the segment's done before you suck that last down. You're that undernutritioned. Come on, Dan.
I didn't eat anything all weekend.
Didn't matter.
I'm sorry.
I
didn't expect it to. There's still 2 inches left in it. It wasn't
doesn't
supposed
matter.
To do that.
Jesus, Dan, you buffoon. God. You know why, Dan? Because just nobody ever...
There was 2 inches left.
Hold you to you just come and go as you want, and it's okay to suck down that last 2 inches and make an obnoxious sound in the world that you live in, but not in my world. It's not. You can't do that.
I'm aware of that, Bubba. It wasn't intentional. Again, I hit an air pocket. It was an air pocket, Bubba. Air pocket.
You shouldn't even be sucking on that goddamn air pocket when your mic's live after you just went through a large dissertation.
Well, that's why he needed something to quench.
Exactly.
Jesus.
So just 15
it's
seconds more.
my understanding that both, if Zelensky is going to roll up in here, say that Putin's going to pay for it, he's getting all of his territory back, then what is there to negotiate?
Right.
You're being unreasonable. Putin's not going to go for that. It's my understanding that if you are to reach an agreement through mediation, and Trump being the mediator, that you have to give up something.
And when Zelensky was on, is it Brett Baer afterwards, he did admit that he would like President Trump to be on his side more than he is on Putin's side. And I know he's in the middle right now, but Zelensky doesn't want him in the middle.
When did Zelensky call Vance a bitch? Was that before or after the meltdown?
Did that happen?
Yeah, he called him a bitch.
Well,
let's play the clip.
Let me play the last. So this is all happening, and so eventually,
Jay, when you get done, make sure you suck down your last 2 inches of protein, okay?
Okay, I sure will. So right before this blow up, J.D. Vance says, we're trying to use diplomacy, and diplomacy is what's going to end this war. And so Zelensky goes through about a 15-year history of the diplomacy that didn't work under the previous administrations, and then says, what diplomacy are you talking about, J.D.? And then it went ballistic. So
now, was that before this?
It should be right about here, I bet.
I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way, so that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America...
Is this where the...
Yep.
We had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people, you know?
All right, well, that's on Barack Obama. Then the next 4 years is on Trump. And then the next 4 years is on Biden. And none of that's worked. So now that we're back with Trump, let's see if we can get something to work here.
Contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal.
Bilateral. That's what he said, which is just between him and Russia. So that's got no teeth to it. So why do you think Putin breached that agreement?
Signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed.
I mean, yeah, you can sign a deal with Biden. You can sign a deal with Trump. You can sign a deal with Mickey Mouse. But as long as if Putin's not on that deal, then he ain't going to recognize that deal. Is that what you're saying, Jay?
Well,
like,
he signed the deal with someone who had no teeth. He didn't sign the deal against the United States. It was with Ukraine, Britain, and France. It had no teeth to it, so Putin did whatever he wanted. That was what...
Right, and Putin didn't sign that deal.
No, he did sign that deal, but he breached it.
Oh, okay.
Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine? That you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now.
This was bad.
But you will
he gets mad right here.
In the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what.
So, Seth, is this where it's really starting to go south?
I didn't think that he should have said that we're going to feel something from Russia one day.
We have a nice big ocean between
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Of your country.
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives of
anymore.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what you're
You're
thinking
gambling
about?
with
What are you
World
thinking
War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? This
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No,
Can
you've
I
done a lot of
answer?
talking.
He pushes him
Your
here.
country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of
we are
coming out
staying-
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid
thank-
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to-
didn't
Trump's ready to.
He pushed him twice.
Trump's ready to hook him.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Again,
I tell you.
just say thank you.
I said a lot of
accept
times
that
thank
there,
you
accept
to
that,
American people.
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
I actually have not been a big J.D. Vance fan. I think he has a really cool head on his shoulders, and I think that he makes the most sense here. Trump has to be the hammer, of course, and I think that they work well together. I really do.
You see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't, please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a
with
ceasefire.
guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
it doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what
That
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
you.
a guy named Biden who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your-
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
Where does he get thrown out at soon?
It ends and then
This is a pretty funny answer for
It's going
Trump.
to be a tough deal to make. Because he
Hold on, is that a world championship belt? Does
Yes.
Trump got his own strap?
No, Zelensky
I
brought it
gave
to
you
him.
the
It was from a
javelins to
Ukrainian
take
fighter.
out all those tanks.
Oh, Trump. Oh, Zelensky brought it as a potential.
As a gift, yeah.
Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make,
Um,
because the attitudes have to change.
what if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you
but
saying?
what if
She's asking, what if Russia
Putin
breaks the ceasefire?
for the
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom.
Our guests are here. We'll do it right after.
Okay.
We got like 2 more minutes.
It came out of Hunter.
Austin Prock, who drives for John Force and drives a funny car, and he'll be competing at the NHRA Gator Nationals this weekend.
Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think?
What's this negotiation?
This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do about putting it together. Thanks, sir. I know this is
And I need the back of
We'll see, I don't know.
I guess once they got the media out, is when they talked for a little bit longer, and then Trump kicked him out. So it wasn't on camera.
It was?
It was not.
Oh, it was not on camera.
They waited until the media left. They tried to.
Is he back in Ukraine as we speak?
He was in
England, I think. He's over in England trying to get more money.
Yeah, he went to like a NATO meeting.
Doesn't this just empower Putin more to know that this guy's an idiot?
Wow.
To know that this guy's unreasonable? Doesn't it just give Putin, and this is in question form, doesn't it give him more ammunition to really lay the screws to this dude because he's just not ready to be
killing his people and invading his country not enough to show that Putin's not stable?
I don't think either one of them are stable. And I think the stronger of the two is Putin. And if America backs out of this and we're no longer helping Zelensky, which it looked like, he didn't better his chances on getting our help, this could end up being really, really bad for Ukraine. Because, if Trump feels you're unthankful and that you want more and you're unreasonable, there's going to come a point where Trump's, I think, going to throw his hands up and said, I had the guy in my office trying to talk some sense into him, and he's just not, doesn't want to listen.
Seth is right, though. Absolutely, Putin is at fault. He was the aggressor, but in order to mediate something, you do it behind closed doors. And there's a reason why mediation's confidential, because when you get into a mediation setting, you start saying very raw, open dialogue about what you could admit you did wrong, what you need to make things right. And it's a conciliatory process where everyone concedes a little bit in order to get the overall objective. And all Trump is saying is, I'm not negotiating in public. He's been saying it for 6 weeks every time. Well, will you do this? Will you do this? Can they get in NATO? Can they not get in NATO? I will not negotiate in public. And so Zelensky comes in and he says all these things that are now conditions for him and for Ukraine. And so that's why it went south, Seth. And if he had those concerns, he should have just said them to him, sign the minerals deal, and then start talking about your concerns in private. And then you let the president know what your concerns are so that he can try to advocate for them in private. You just don't do it in public. And that's what the big problem is.
I think when you're in war with the second most powerful country in the world, and you're meeting with the most powerful country in the world to help you maybe keep the second most powerful country in the world in check, that you maybe have a little different swagger than he did. I think that's just, no matter, I don't care what your political affiliation is, I think that's just, Maybe gratefulness 101. There's no other. I don't think there's anybody else that can give him any type of resolve except us. And if you've pissed us off, well, I mean, I hate to see Russia be that much larger. It'd only make them more powerful. But the guy did it to himself a little bit at the end of the day. I mean, and the people that die and the people kind of on him. I mean, you know.
I think going forward, Bubba, because he's, again, refusing any kind of ceasefire. And, again, a ceasefire doesn't mean a peace treaty. It just means stop killing each other while we talk about it.
Right.
And so I don't see any harm in a ceasefire, even if it's just for 3 or 4 days while they just reset and talk and try to work things out. There's no security guarantees in a ceasefire. It's
Isn't
a
that what they've
ceasefire.
been chanting about
Just
Israel
stop
for
killing.
2 years? Ceasefire now, ceasefire now. So it's great there, but not here?
Anyway, I got to go to words.
And it looks like Zelensky just came out last night or this morning and said that he is ready to sign the minerals deal.
Of course he is. He's Trump's bitch.
Austin Prock, driver for John Force, badass, awesome. funny car dude. I'll have him in next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
How you doing, man? Good. How are you doing? Doing great. Doing great. We'll set Austin up on.
I'll put him on where Jay is right now.
Yeah, put him on. Yeah, four.
Yep.
Seth, I'll see you when we get done.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
Probably about. How
you doing? It's all good. How are you doing?
There. I'll be back in like 30. Let me say hi to Austin. Hey, Austin.
How we doing?
How you doing, bud?
Doing great.
Nice to meet you,
Yeah,
buddy.
nice to meet
Good
you.
seeing
Finally.
Yeah. Well, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll stay friends.
Yeah. No, we're good.
Hopefully you don't go against.
We have plenty of mutual friends.
Hopefully
so
you
we're
don't
all
go
good.
against Ronnie in the finals because Ronnie's my boy.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, we let him have one for you.
No, you're not gonna have one. Have you seen Ronnie's uncle? That big, thick neck motherfucker, part of his team. You ever seen him?
No.
Just go to the. When Ronnie's in the line going through this garage and shit, look for the most muscular looking fucking white gorilla you can find. Because he's a chiropractor by trade.
Okay.
So Ronnie keeps him on the road sometimes.
Okay.
To get them all adjusted up and shit.
Yeah.
Why is Bradenton so much faster?
Conditions are just good. They always prep that place really well.
I know NHRA don't want to do that.
And the air. The NHRA, they prep tracks, we'll be able to run 79 at an NHRA event this year, I think.
Now it has a lot to do with, but like you can't run shit like in Denver because it's all air.
Yeah, so that was the next thing I was going to say. The air's just bomb down there. Like everybody.
I think Gainesville's 137, but I think Bradenton's like 10.
Yeah, the air's just killer there. Like everybody makes horsepower. Like if you really
you can't put enough fuel to it, can you?
Yeah, if you really paid attention to all the incrementals, like nobody's car shook down there. Nobody's car stuck the tire and rattled the tire, and it's just because everybody and their brother's making horsepower. You make
right to the ground.
Yeah, when you shake the tires, it's because you were underpowered. So
really?
Yeah.
It's not because your clutch band's fucked up.
Typically, well, if your clutch band's fucked up, it's because it pulled the engine down. The clutch had more authority over the engine. Well, you make so much power down there, the clutch can't grab it, and it won't say uncle.
Brandon Bernstein is a really, really good friend of mine.
Yeah.
He's just here for he works for Lucas.
Yeah, we were there with him yesterday. Yeah, I went to dinner with him last night.
Oh, Bernie?
Yeah, I'm great friends with Bernstein and Rico and Stewart.
Oh, yeah, so we're all
Yeah, we've been on the phone together. We were all fucked up, but...
Yeah. I hope Tony can get that, whatever gremlin's fucking him up.
It's getting closer. It's getting closer.
I don't know, for a minute they were trying to blame it on the weight difference.
Yeah.
But I don't think that... I think 12,000 horsepower doesn't fucking feel 80 pounds.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, they were even going to, I heard they were going to try to stiffen the middle rail up a little bit. But, again, when 12,000 horsepower doesn't feel...
Yeah, 80 pounds. Yeah.
My big ass could get in your car, and I don't think it would really matter. I don't know, I might drag the rail.
Yeah, we might have to change the primary weight a little bit on the clutch, but it would eventually go.
Now, do you have Do you have an average RT? Are you a good RT guy?
Yeah, best in the class.
Period.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Is that because you're so young, or?
I just practice a lot.
Now, was
I take it
John
seriously.
still good on the light?
He could be.
Yeah.
He was a little bit of a loose cannon, but yeah, he drilled me a couple times.
Now they told me I was talking to Bernie. Bernie came and saw me last week. Bernie says that there is absolutely no physical way that if you smash the gas right when you just see that first yellow go, that there's no way to red light.
No.
That there's no human way.
Yeah, it takes so much time for the car to react.
So like,
yeah, as soon as I see yellow,
I mean, you're
flip
gone.
the pedal. Like when I first started racing, my dad told me the day you break the pedal out of the race car, that's when you're hitting it hard enough.
Right.
You know? So like, I strengthened my right
So,
leg.
but a red light only hurts you once you're in the eliminations, right? I mean,
Yeah,
like
you can red light
a red light
at qualifying,
at qualifying
yeah.
just means you're not gonna.
Yeah, knock on wood, we don't ever want to do it.
It's good? Okay.
You ready, bud?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go.
All right, you're gonna sit here.
Lummy, what do you need?
No, I was just talking. I was just.
Is Jay in here?
Yeah, Jay's coming right back in. So here's your controls.
Okay.
This turns your volume up and down.
Okay.
And then this black button right here.
Mhm.
See if you got a cough or do whatever, it turns your mic off. It's your
Okay.
button. And then just.
Is it just momentary, like you just hold it to cough and then let off?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll see your red light turn off when there'll be a red light on when we're live.
Okay.
And when you hit it, the red light turns off.
But don't let that get in your head, because if you know that you'll get in your head, this is all.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Enough of all this political talk and Zelensky getting thrown out of the White House and all of that. I can close this show out with something that I like a lot, and of course that's anything to do with racing. Drag racing, I've become, I actually was a big-time drag racer fan back. I actually went to the 1984 U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis with my dad.
Oh.
And that's when Big Daddy Don Garland, I think Shirley Madowney might have been there still, Connie Coletta, and all the boys. And I've dabbled in being an NHRA and a drag racing fan for years, as Ron Capps, but then once my boy Tony got in, now I'm full in. And we have actually, I think the guy, I think Austin, you won the championship last year, didn't you?
Yes, sir. It was my rookie year in the category, and went out there and pretty much dominated.
Rookie year in funny car, and went out there and now did you take over for John when he got hurt? Or were you already running a funny car and you just kind of took John's place a little bit?
So the plan has always been I was going to replace John Force when he retired, and it ended up being that Robert Height had to step away from his race car for some medical reasons, and I lost my ride in Top Fuel, and they threw me right in the thing, and we went out to Bradenton last year and won the first race out, and never looked back.
Well, I think last year in Bradenton, which is kind of this outlaw event they have prior to the Gator Nationals, and it's ended up being a pretty cool thing. Another really, really, really good friend of mine is Randy from Skag. And but Randy and Tony, they both invite me to this Bradenton event every year, but it's right when I'm having my winter nationals at my dirt track, and the Lucas late models are in there. So I've yet to been able to go to Bradenton to see you guys race, and you've been there 2 years in a row now, and I think you went 340 plus this past year, did you not?
This season, we actually ran the quickest run in the history of Nitro Funny Car Racing. We ran 379. First funny car to dip into the 370s in about, I think, 7 or 8 years. The NHRA put a lot of regulations on the categories a handful of years back, and, rev limiters, and took header angle away from us. So to do that with my dad and brother and Nate Hildahl on the knobs, that was really special.
So does NHRA, as technology continues to get better? Because I remember back in the day, like Big Daddy and those guys, they'd be running like 4,000 or 5,000 horsepower, and that was the best of what Big Daddy and John Force and the Colettas, they all had the best of the best stuff. And pretty much all of you guys have the same stuff, pretty much.
Yeah, anymore, a lot of the parts and pieces are the same. One, to keep spending down, innovating is expensive. So a lot of the teams have very similar parts, and it's just how you apply them all. You can skin the cat so many ways, and whoever skins it the best is going to win. So as long as you leave on time.
So what was the biggest advancement in technology to take them from 4,000 and 5,000 horsepower now to what, 11, 12?
Yeah, 12, 13,000.
What was it? Head? Was it the lower? Was it the fuel? Was it the injection system? Like, what was would you say the contributing factor to get that extra, double the horsepower they used to make?
I'd say a lot of it is probably the supercharger. The more air you can pump into that thing, the more fuel you can throw at. I mean, nitromethane's a very volatile fuel, and the more you burn, the more horsepower you're going to make. So if you can ram all that air in there and, get those heads to breathe, an engine's like a heartbeat. You got to inhale and exhale smoothly, and when you do that, you're pumping a lot of HPs out.
Now, last year, by the way, Austin Prock with us. He's driver for John. He drives for John Force. He drives I think it's the Peak. I think you took over the Peak deal, did you not?
No, I'm in the Cornwall Tools Camaro or Chevrolet SS. So
nice.
Jack Beckman filled in for John Force last year after his accident, and he's going to be driving that Peak Chevrolet SS again this year. I actually filled in for Robert Height. Like I said, he had to step away for some medical issues, and I was out of a ride, and I was the first option, and all good so far.
Who did you lose your ride? A guy as talented as you are that can just jump into a funny car, which aren't the easiest things to drive. I mean, like Ron Capps, I get Ronnie on the phone. He's like, man, those big long rails, those are like a Cadillac compared to how squirrely our you basically got the same motor, but 75% less chassis to absorb the violentness, and it's way more sketchy for a funny car than it is that big. I mean, that big long rail, man, that thing is like 3,000 feet long, and so a lot of time Ron makes fun of the dragster guys, knowing how much more or less squirrely they are. But here you are. You came from various racing pasts. How did you lose had you not lost your job or your ride? Would you have gotten this opportunity if the guy had if the team that you had been on held on to you?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. Like Trump said earlier, what if? So
right.
I compare the Nitro Funny car to a non-wing sprint car on steroids. I grew up circle track racing, actually raced out of your buddy Tony Stewart's shop for 5 years, and have a lot of circle track racing under my belt. So, I compare it to that class a lot.
You were
it's short wheelbase, wants to have the front end in the air and go anywhere but straight.
You were running midgets. Were you running midgets like when Levi and those guys were there?
Yeah, Levi, Clausen, Bobby East. I was in the shop with them. Learned a lot from a lot of great people in there.
That same little in Brownsburg there. That same little and the shop's got a little Jimmy Carr. I think was staying with his wife up there in the apartment. And I think they had Donnie Schatz's team there. They had Clausen. They had Levi, and so they had were you running sprints or midgets or 410 non-wing?
I was racing midgets out of there. I got sprint car rides on the side, but Jimmy Carr, Ricky Warner, all those people, they're great friends of mine. Michael Lewis, they taught me a lot about how I approach racing, how to be prepared, organized, and build badass race cars.
Now I own a roundy round track.
Yeah, I know. I need to get out there.
We need to get you out there on like a 410 non-wing.
Yeah.
Oh,
man. Now we're talking. Put a wing on it. I got minimal experience in that. I want to send it.
Here's the deal. A lot of I know Ron Capps has done some celebrity racing with the Prelude, and Tony Pedregon and some of the dudes. Cruz Pedregon had done some, but people don't. And I'm not downplaying the fact that you literally have to catch a light and do less than 4 seconds of holding on for dear life, throw the chutes, hope that your eyeballs don't pop out of your head, and, keep it straight. And that is, look at Tony. Tony's probably arguably, besides Larson in our lifetime, the most talented.
The GOAT.
Yeah, the man. He's certainly in that conversation. And Tony's struggling right now with drag racing, but I don't know if all drag racers know just how sketchy and how talented these 410 non-wing guys are, and just how violent that is as well. Most people don't understand it. You obviously do, because you come from Roundy Round.
Yeah, they're very tough race cars to drive. Anything with short wheelbase and high horsepower is a pain in the ass to handle. They want to throw you for a new loop every time you're rolling into the throttle or standing on the gas. So, a handful of us drag racers, go out to the dirt track. I'm going to Volusia tonight to hang out with my buddy Gio Selzy and do a little media and appearances. So
me and Gary are really good friends.
Yeah. Gary's getting inducted to the Hall of Fame, Don Garlitz Hall of Fame, this coming Thursday, and I'm actually going to induct him, which is really cool. The Selzy family has been a great family friend of ours, ever since I was born. I grew up with the Selzy boys at the racetrack. We were living out of our motor homes, and they're my brothers from another mother.
Here's this past couple weeks ago, the feature at my here's the USAC feature at my track while you were doing 340 mile an hour on that Saturday night in Bradenton. Here's what we had going on here.
Fans, this is what you saved your lunch money for. To the green one last time here in Winter Dirt Games.
Now, Austin, my track is a D-shaped oval, so it really, 1 and 2 is big and wide and sweeping, but 3 and 4 is kind of
You're going to dash off onto the back straightaway, 3 wide for the third spot. The CB Industries number 86 going to find the grip, and he's going to launch and hold on to the position.
And, people don't realize, man, I know how badass in that position right there is, sideways, driving off your right rear. You obviously, understand this, but most racers couldn't do this.
Yeah, when you're wheel to wheel like that, it's intense. You got to be obviously up on the steering wheel, and you can't wear a guy out. You'll get your ass beat.
Oh, you'll flip your penis off.
Yeah, swap up lines through turns 3 and 4. Cummins down to the middle, Grant down to the bottom. It's going to be Pursley holding on to third. Mitchell Moles in the meantime has taken off of the race lead. Brady.
So anyway, man, I'd love to, Gooch, Jeff Patterson, Tony's guy.
Mm-hmm.
He keeps in touch with me a lot. Man, I'd love to have you at the track one of these days. When you weren't busy to get in a non-wing or even a wing. You were a wing guy, right?
No, I was non-wing. I actually had a 410 wing sprint car program ready to go in 2017 and never got the opportunity to even take it to the track. John Force hired me in 2017. I sold all that stuff and switched over to drag racing.
Haven't looked back since, have you?
No, sir. It was the greatest decision I ever made. We just finished up qualifying here in Bradenton, and right behind us, we just made national history. We ran 379.1 in 125 inches.
When's the last time a sanctioned drag race, whether it's NHRA or this one, hit the 70s?
It was 8 years ago. My dad and Robert Height actually did it. And like I said, it was a lot easier to do it back then. Not as much rev limiter, and a lot of header degree angle laid back. These race cars make so much horsepower that when you lay the headers back, you get propulsion from the thrust, and it actually helps accelerate the race car.
So when they de-angle the headers, that kind of chokes it down a little bit and causes inertia, right? Takes inertia off.
For sure, yeah. When they're laid back, the thing just wants to go forward. It's like a jet engine. That thing's directly pointed back, and that's how it accelerates forward. So my dad came up with the idea of laying them back. Yeah, and when he did that,
let him breathe better, right?
He hurt some feelings. He picked up about, I think, 300s on the field. They were shell-shocked.
Crinkling your headers differently, right?
Yes, sir. 1 in 125 inch Nitro funny car.
Now, do the Dan Wilkersons and do the who drives Matt Hagen and do the Ron Capps and do the the guy the old timers in the sport, do they come up to you when you cut a 79 and say, "Man, great job, buddy"? I mean, like the whole place had to be buzzing because again, hasn't been done in 8 or 9 years.
Yeah, they were. We got a handful of attaboys, but we've been beating them in pretty good for the last few months, and I think they're pretty well sick of it. So
just a handful.
We're tired of this kid. This smart ass kid rolls up into a John Force program, and the bitch is throwing 341s on me. I hope this kid clutch guy breaks his leg or something.
Jim Prock, my brother Thomas, and Nate Vidal on the wrenches, and this whole Cornwell Tools team.
What was your RT time on the 79?
Usually, let's see. I think I was like 50 something.
Perfect.
If I try and stay below 65, that's kind of my rule. So yeah, typically I'm between 40 and 65 on the tree.
Wow. Have you ever cut a 10?
No, I haven't. The closest I've ever got is like 20. I always stayed shallow though. If I rolled it in,
you took a chunk out of it. But that's hurting yourself on the back end.
Yeah, exactly. And my dad's my crew chief. He'll beat me up.
Oh yeah. When we had Selzy on years ago, Selzy would be like, "I'll tell you what I get so goddamn mad about." It's like you get Force up there, and Force starts playing games with you. He always has to make it, so I'll go do my burnouts. We got this ritual and everything, and we know how long it takes. We know, all this kind of deal. I got my whole deal. And he goes, Force will just sit there and take his time, and I'll go in there and stage. Then he takes a chunk out of the clock, that son of a bitch. And Selzy would just... You got to ask Selzy about how he almost lost his Mopar deal on my show.
Oh, boy. All right, I'll ask him this week.
I'm gonna have to vaguely explain this to you. We have him on my Sirius XM show, which was far more colorful. We could use language we can't use now. And we had him in the green room, but he didn't realize the green room was mic'd up and cameraed up. So we would sometimes spy in on a guy, see what they were saying and what have you. Well, we sent in a guy, an African-American gentleman. And so the African-American gentleman had a headset, these little earphones that you couldn't see, but we could feed him questions. Mm-hmm. So we were like, so here's this black guy in there, and he's like, we're feeding him questions saying, so the black guy goes, "Hey, what's your name?" He goes, "I'm Gary Selzy." Gary Selzy. What, do you got like a pizza joint or something? Are you like an Italian guy or something? And it's like, no, I'm a world, 3-time, however I won, because I think Gary won in top. I think he won dragsters one year. I think he's a dragster champion, then maybe a 2-timer, I think, or something like that. Yeah,
he's one of 3 people, I believe, to win in both categories.
So he makes sure he tells that story. I'm one of 3 people to do this and that. And when's Bubba going to have me on? I don't like to deal with interns and stuff. When's Bubba going to be on? And 20. The guy's name was 25 Cent because 50 Cent. So he's like, Bubba's going to have you on in a little bit. So the black guy goes, so you do that drag racing stuff? And Selzy's like, yeah. And we're telling him, saying, man, that's a bunch of pussy stuff, man. All you do is hit the pedal. And the black guy goes, man, that's a bunch of pussy stuff. You just hit the pedal and hang on and hope your eyeballs don't fall out. And so Selzy's like, okay, whatever. And by the way, Selzy's about 8 or 9 Miller Lights deep at this point. Okay? So, because we made him stay a long time. So he's drunk. And we're like, so the black guy goes, man, Bubba says real racing's like, NASCAR and Indy and all this kind of stuff. And Bubba, I'm gonna suggest that you've had a bad attitude and we shouldn't even let you in. Well, Gary started saying some stuff that I cannot repeat on the radio. And that I
can always see it.
Oh yeah. He started getting after this guy, asking him, okay. So we have him on the show. Gary called. He does okay. He does a great interview. We tell him we're sorry, and he says he calls me up later that day, and our show would replay like later that night, like we were on live 3 to 7, and then like at midnight they would rerun it. So Gary calls me up like at 8 o'clock at night. Says, Bubba, can you get that replay pulled? Because if Mopar hears what I said, I could really, and Kevin Miller was running Mopar at the time. And he goes, so I had to call up to New York and get them to pull that segment so that Gary's sponsors didn't hear, because we set Gary up. Like when Gary was on the air, he was perfect. But when he didn't think he was on the air, he was running loose like the way we all do.
Yep.
And oh my God, so when you see Gary next, say, hey, Bubba says hi. And tell me the story that you talked about to the black guy.
Yeah, I'll ask him if he remembers talking to 25 Cent.
Yeah.
I'm sure he will. Proud of him. This is pretty surreal. That thing was flying down there, and I think it even had some cylinders.
Now, I think actually, Austin, I think Schumacher, I'm sorry, I think Force's shop is right by Tony's.
Yeah, it is. I literally just moved right up the street.
Yeah, literally. You were Tony's at the cul-de-sac in the corner.
Yep, and we're at the front of the street.
But I think Force has got way more.
That place is huge. The only way you get around there is on a scooter or a skateboard. If you're walking up and down there, you waste about an hour and a half a day just walking.
Now, when did you move? You're from, I think, Lansing, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
When did you move to Brownsburg? Or that area, because that's where you got to be if you're going to race. You got to be in that area, whether you're racing midgets. You could obviously go to Columbus and race for Keith Kuntz. But, when did you move? When did you know? Because I know that you started out I think you started out as a shop boy.
Yeah.
I mean, you were just, hey, I'll do anything it takes to get a ride.
Yeah, for sure. I met Tony at the Fort Wayne Rumble, actually.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And,
with the Munchkin.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Cheater, son of a bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Go in there and, punk all those kids.
He won 9 out of 10 years in a row, yeah.
Yeah, but I met him. I won that night. He won that night. We ended up becoming friends and just started hanging around the shop out there, kind of soaking it all in, and eventually we got a race car in there. But we moved to Indy when I was 10 years old and got a quarter midget, and my neighbors had quarter midgets. They let me go out there and stand on the gas, and first race out we ended up winning, and just ran all the way up through the ranks.
Wow. So now obviously with Force, and you're driving who's your main sponsor again?
Cornwell Tools. We just signed a 3-year deal with them.
Isn't the guy named Bob?
Yeah, Bob Studnick. He's the big man there.
I met him through Randy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, great people.
I met him through Randy, yeah. Boy, Randy's really stepped up with the Skag sponsorship, has he not?
Oh, for sure, man. He's doing so much for our sport. Definitely appreciate it.
He really is. Let me do some words.
Can I ask a question, too, when we get out?
Lumby, you know nothing about drag racing.
I was going to ask him what he thinks how Spencer Hyde will do.
Who?
Spencer Hyde.
I think he'll do good. Those pro mods, they're no joke. I haven't personally got to drive one yet. But
Lumby, who spoon-fed you that question?
I'm a big NHRA guy, man.
Somewhere in the chat room.
Yeah, did someone just ask that?
Yeah, Lumby, that's such an obscure question.
Was it Spencer himself?
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Okay. Sweet. We got about a half hour.
The dirt oval's kind of like
Oh, you see you're good?
Yeah.
Where you guys going from here?
We're going to.
A lot of you guys start out in that kind of discipline. It's not really karting.
You want me to email Tony to see if I can do a Zoom link with him this week?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll talk to Ashley too and see.
Yeah.
See what
I'll just text him and say, hey, can you get your fat ass out of bed? Well, now he's got a kid, so
It teaches you so much car control, so much.
I don't know if he's in Columbus right now or
he's in.
Just kind of like car
since
you got
Lake Havasu.
Like
I think that's where they're going to end up.
Yeah. They'll stay there until I totally kind of come east for good for the year type of thing.
When our cars,
they'll probably stay.
when they
still got
make a
place
nice clean
in
pass, like
North
you
Carolina?
got to be up on the wheel,
No,
like it's
I
real
think so.
finesse. Like I would say, you got to be 10 or 20.
Still come to Columbus, but I think they got a place in
where
Indy.
it's going.
They're
Feel
looking
the
at
gas,
it,
and
yeah.
feel where that rear end's going to make that
little
nice,
closer to there,
clean
all
run.
that
But like when they throw up,
Rumor
like,
has it
smoke the
that
tires,
Leah wants
like,
another one
being able
now.
to Feel that tire start to get into that.
That's cool.
start to
And they're
stand up,
figuring,
start
like,
to
let's just
smoke
get
the
'em
tires, like catching it
knocked
quick,
out.
Yeah.
because
And then-
the longer you let them heat up, the
I'm gonna
less
ask
grip you're
Austin
gonna have
that.
when you go back on the throttle.
Okay.
So
About
like
getting back in the
you'll
car.
get it'll give you this frequency right before
That'd
the
be
smokes
good.
the tire.
That'd be good if they
And
both
I
were using it,
want
you
to
know.
be off the
I don't
throttle
want her to get
just
in and
as
Tony
it's
get
puffing
out,
the
you know.
smoke.
Yeah.
And
What about her
let
getting
that
in and
thing
waxing
settle in,
Tony's
and
ass?
That'd be great.
Not for Tony.
Yeah. You're trying to
Not for Tony.
13,000 horsepower with about this much throttle throw.
Oh my goodness.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So
yeah.
like all that sprint car racing, midget racing, pavement racing, that I give it all to that.
Well, it just seems like that counter steering skill set that you get, where you're
Yeah.
modulating the brake and the throttle and getting the car.
Man,
everything,
there is
not
no counter.
steering
If you're
it, but
counter steering
you
on a
have to-
funny car, you're in the wall.
Right.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about dirt. How he got from dirt to there, and I was
Yeah.
just asking him if it's similar to kart racing in Europe. Is dirt? It seems like everyone who's anybody starts in dirt in the United States. Because my brother and I do a little bit of the gentleman driving. You know, we drive sports cars.
Okay.
And the
Hold
skill
on,
set that
it's
I
called
lack the
rich
most-
doctor driving.
Yeah, the skill set I lack
Okay.
the most is
Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so I want to start getting a little slower. They have a dirt track at the place I'm at now, and
Yeah.
I want to start doing a little bit of cross
Yeah.
karting so that I can get that skill set.
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
when you're in a sports car and you lose it, you're already too fast to correct it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all right here.
Exactly.
Your
A
ass has gotta
sensitive
be-
ass, like
yeah.
Nicky Lauda.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
yeah, your
awesome.
ass has got to be welded to that
So it's
chassis.
interesting. You really have about 2 inches of throttle to play with. That's it.
Yeah, it's a motherfucker.
Wow.
And especially like when you're accelerating, okay, and then like when you decel, like when it smokes the tires, you're accelerating so hard, all your foot wants to do is stay down because it's throwing you back forward. So like having the patience and like discipline to like rip that thing back, and because like you're pulling back with all your might, well then your foot, all it wants to do, like when the tire hooks back up, it wants to
Because
go
the momentum.
back. Yeah, it wants to. It hits you in the ass and then it goes, and your foot wants to slap. So like being patient and like holding that thing back and then just like easing back into it, it's all you want to do is go.
And you're doing all that in 3.79 seconds.
Yeah, yeah, pretty
Jesus
much.
Christ.
Yeah.
This is
Like if you
unbelievable.
pedal it, if it smokes the tires and you do a great job pedaling it in a funny car, you can run like 420.
Uh-huh.
You know.
So Jay, I got this in car. I don't know who this is. Maybe
Check it out.
Looks like
He just described literally, he said he got about 2 inches of accelerator of throttle to play with that whole fucking time.
Oh,
That's
listen,
unbelievable.
If those guys start pedaling, they're fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, this right here shows you the whole.
It's so violent how it all happens so quickly.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to one, Jay?
No, I have not.
You can't. There's nothing. There's.
You gotta go.
Listen,
I can go out there this year.
I drove sprint cars. I drove late models. There's nothing in the world that can prepare you for how violent these fucking things are. Then you'll see them do their burnout, like, oh shit, you know. But when they fucking go,
Here's an in-car meeting.
Oh, send it to me.
I wish you could send it to me, but
I'll send it to Lummy to send it to you.
Watch how much wheel input I have in this thing
yeah, let
to
me
make it go straight.
see if we can get it. I like to get that. I got one here, but I'd rather play yours.
Oh my
Watch
god.
this down here. Fucking service is ass in here. But like literally, I
You're-
get like
you're
hand
strong arms the
over
whole time
fist to
almost.
go straight.
Oh my god.
I don't think you guys got power steering, do you?
No. But when you're that amped up, like you're gonna make that thing.
Hey, Lummy,
Yes, sir.
see if you can get what Austin has into me.
I'm trying to find it in my.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Now, let's not forget.
Right next to a picture of me blowing the body off.
Tell Numbnuts we're on the air.
We're on the air. Hey, we're on the air. Jay.
It wasn't me, numbnuts. It was him. I had his button
It's like,
closed.
it's like you're as bad as your brother. Did you?
I had his
did
button
you?
closed.
Did
I
you
didn't say
not
anything.
feel bad for your brother on how bad of a mistake he made with the on-air deal, trying to suck that last little 2 inches out?
rookie
what
mistake.
What a glutton!
The rookie
What an
mistake.
absolute glutton! Let's not forget why we have Austin Prock in here. Drive for John Force. He's the current reigning champion. 2024 champion of the NHRA funny car division, and that's not. And listen, that's not against anybody from Pro Stocks, not against anybody from Top Fuel Dragsters, but If you look at the funny car division, you got, oh my God, you got Ron Capps, you got Matt Hagan, you got who drives the Wilkerson, who drives
Daniel
that drives the Skag car. I mean, you got at any one time, 6, maybe 7 guys that could win the whole damn meet?
Yeah, there's probably 8 of us, honestly.
Right.
There's a lot of good cars out there and a lot of great drivers. Like, a lot of people can leave the starting line well. And, these cars, the racing's so tight anymore. A lot of the times it comes up to who leaves first on the starting line, who stands on the gas first.
Who's the one guy, it used to be your boss, John Force.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the standard answer. Like when I used to ask Selzy and I'd ask Capsy and I'd ask them all, man, who's the one dude you don't want to see in the finals? And just unilaterally right across the board, John Force.
Yeah.
John Force. Who's that guy now? Who's that guy now that John, John, and by the way,
Austin.
Yeah, I'm going to be a little cocky and say me.
Is it you? So when the Napa know-how car sees the Austin Proc made it to the finals, and you're like, oh God, this young kid is so young. He's got such an RT. He's got all good John. He's got John Force. John doesn't have any junk. Some guys are there putting piece. John's got triple backup to triple backups. So he's got a great team. You got a great program. You come from a lineage of this sport, and so you're kind of that guy, aren't you?
Yeah, like I said, last year was my rookie season, and
you won it.
Yeah, I got behind the wheel of this thing, and this race car's always been fast. My dad's my crew chief, and my brother Thomas is the assistant with Nate Hildahl, and they've just been doing an outstanding job. Like this car has always been, kind of one of the cars to beat or the car to beat. He's known for making big horsepower, and when I got behind the wheel, I was on a mission. Like I didn't want to be the weak link in this program.
You didn't want to be like, oh man,
yeah, because
they gave this kid a ride and really ain't doing that good.
Yeah, well, because if I got in the gas and I flopped, it's like he don't deserve to be there.
And
this kid sucks. Like this car's
you're in a
supposed to
tough
win.
spot because it isn't like you're driving for a newly upstart team.
Right.
You're driving for the greatest of all time, who has the best equipment, the best data collection, the best of everything. So, it's not the equipment, it's you.
I sent you his video.
If indeed you were to crap the bed, they wouldn't be saying, well, Austin's got the talent, but he ain't quite got the equipment. They wouldn't be saying that.
Yeah, it would have been me. And then, when you win, it's like, well, that car's supposed to win.
Yeah, Austin. Yeah, well, he's supposed to. What do you expect? Yeah. He's got. Look
at his hands. Austin behind the wheel, a lot of steering in that car.
And boy, that is a lot of steering.
Yeah.
That's a lot of steering.
90% of the runs you're up on the wheel like that.
But usually not like that. I mean, you had to pedal that a little bit.
Yeah,
hand over hand.
And when you look at it from the outside, the thing went dead straight. But that's how angry these race cars are. They want to do anything but go straight, and you're just
Austin
sawing on the wheel.
Now look at that. I mean, that's wow. That's half wheel.
Yeah, for sure. That's about all I can get. My elbows start locking up.
Yeah, I mean, your arm restraints start, getting in the way.
Behind the wheel, a lot of steering.
Hand off the wheel.
So let me give you another.
Are you downshifting there?
No, I was pulling the laundry.
The
oh my God. Tossing the laundry.
They pull the chute.
Tossing the laundry.
I love it. Are you the kind of guy that packs his own chutes?
Yeah, as long as I have time. Otherwise, Eric Frampton, my boy, he'll get out there and pack one, or I'll pack the other. But I still work on the race car. I'm real hands-on. We won the U.S. Nationals this year, and I serviced the supercharger every round.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I'm going to be at the. By the way, let's not forget why Austin's here today. It's to promote the Gator Nationals. Yep. It starts on Wednesday. It goes Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. No, does it start? No, it's Josh. Does it start Wednesday? Thursday.
The big dogs start Friday.
Yeah, then they got a call out. They got an all-star call out that starts on Friday, don't they?
Yeah, your boy Stewart, he'll be in the mix.
I already got the 8th seed on that deal.
Yeah, yep.
Watch my boy win it. I'd love that.
Dude, I hope he does. That'd be great to see.
You know what? Tony needs a win right now. He really does. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sundays are the finals. Mm-hmm. It's the 55th Gator Nationals. What is it? 56th Gator Nationals. I've worked with a guy named Joshua from NHRA. He always takes care of me. I go and see all my friends. This will be my 3rd Gator Nationals in a row that I haven't missed. And we've been handing out tickets, Lummy, all last week.
Oh, people love it.
People are going crazy. I may open up some tickets tomorrow that I have to send the list over to Joshua. But it's the Gator Nationals. It's the start of the NHRA series. Now, how did you do at the Gator Nationals last year? I don't think you were in a car, were you?
No, I was. That was my my NHRA debut. We won Bradenton, a few weeks before.
Oh, that's right. Where you cut the record.
Yep, and then we rolled into Gainesville, and we were number 1 qualifier and went all the way to the final round.
Who beat you?
J.R. Todd.
J.R. Todd.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Jay, I want you to watch this. These funny car and these dragsters and these drag racers, it's all about timing. And like Austin will tell you, they have exactly, isn't it Austin, isn't it exactly from the time that you start that motor to the time you hit the chutes, it can't be any longer than 3 minutes.
Yeah,
it's got to be sub-twos.
Our run time is like 90 seconds.
Right. Wow. So Jay,
from start to finish.
Yeah, and you have to be precise because you only put X amount of fuel.
They
in the
only
race
put
car.
30 gallons.
So
in
like when we're idling, we're burning 1 gallon every 10 seconds.
Right. So Jay, you understand? He has to start the car. They got to lower the hood. He's got to do his burnout. He's got to back up. They got to make a couple fine-tuned little adjustments. They got to lock him down. He's got a stage. If he's got force over there back in the day, John would late stage
Chunking some time out.
Yeah, you would hope that you don't run out of gas because John's late staging you. You gotta get into the staging lights. Okay. You gotta run the run, and then hit the chutes. All less than about 2. This right here is a pretty good example of the entire process. Watch. I don't know who this is. Just Austin, you may know who this is. So right here. John Lawson. Okay, and again, this is from 2009. But you know what, Austin? I don't think a lot of things have changed.
Yeah, the procedures are all pretty similar.
I mean, the he has the butterfly wheel. He's got the everything's pretty much the same.
Nothing's changed since 1970 in there.
Maybe just maybe just a little bit more head room, like as far as
head pads.
More protection, but that's about it. This is a run from start to finish, and Jay, here's the deal, like. Austin has to be on point. Like they cannot, like everybody it's like little busy bees working. They all got to work together because they'll run out of gas or they'll miss it. Here we go. Watch. So, and Jay, you don't understand. They first start them with gasoline and then switch them over to nitrous. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
You can't start them with nitrous because you'll bend a valve.
Yeah, you'll hurt some parts.
So you got to start them first with gas.
Wow.
And then they switch him over to nitrous. So here he goes. He's getting fired up with gas right now. That's gas still. Now, Austin, has he flipped over yet?
Yeah, I think he's on. It looked like the fuel lever was stuck. He was fighting it for a second.
Is that what's grabbing on the left there, the fuel lever?
Yeah.
Now he's still just idling, Jay. He's just idling. Now, Jay, look, you're that close to a tire that's going about 800 miles an hour. Hold on now. So think if a tire takes you 340 miles an hour, how fast is that thing rolling? Not faster than 340. Now what lever is this?
That's the fuel lever.
All
He's
right.
just making sure it's all the way on. Doing a little double check.
Now are you doing that too?
I'm.
Are this procedurally kind of like you?
Yeah, these are very routine based, like you said. It's a fine process time.
Now, Jay, you'll see the hood's still up. The guys are still tinkering around with the car setup. They'll have Austin will tell you they have like a laptop. Then they'll be literally looking into a laptop right now, aren't they?
Yeah. We have a dash. Shows all the RPM, fuel pressure.
All right, so now they're lowering the body. Now it's go time. Now you can see, Jay, this is his handbrake right here, okay?
Uh-huh.
And when he lets go of it, because he's running through the water patch because he needs to put a little heat in his tires. Austin, am I right so far?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
You know.
Now, Jay, the crew chief, they put a throttle stop in there so you can only go about 1/8 like you
during
can't,
the burnout.
Yeah.
You can't.
The butterflies only open about 1/8 of an inch.
Exactly. Running through the water right here. Here's the burnout. That's just a burnout. Now you see him braking.
Now the cockpit just gets full of smoke for.
What's that?
Basically, the cockpit just gets full of smoke for your tires.
Fogs, yeah.
They'll lift him up though. They'll lift him up. They'll give him a little courtesy lift up here.
Are you wearing like a gas mask or something? It looks like he's got some sort of a mask on.
Yeah, that's like an old school looking helmet.
Yeah.
Like back in the day, they just wore like a bucket
looks
with
like
a
a Don
respirator.
Prudhomme helmet,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
and they
Looks like Ant-Man.
Impact made that to kind of replicate that.
All right, so now all he's doing is he's watching a guy, and a guy's giving him hand signals like this. You know how to turn the car.
Mm-hmm.
So because there's no rear view mirrors and there's really so he's just literally, Austin, am I right? You're just looking at your guy and how to point, and he's trying to put you in that lane of rubber that you just laid.
Yeah, it's like a marriage between the crew chief, the driver, and the guy in front. So you kind of got to understand what this means and what this means.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So he's making little adjustments, rolling back.
So far, that's the only thing he and I have in common in our driving is that going in reverse, I have someone telling me what to do at 0 miles an hour. So that's where our similarities end right there.
All right. So now, Austin, what procedure are we doing now?
Looks like he was putting it back into forward.
Now they lift the body up one more time, don't they?
Yeah, they should.
Now, what's he doing with his right hand?
He's on the brake. So we don't have a foot brake in it. We have a clutch pedal, throttle pedal, and a hand brake.
Yeah, so right now, Jay, he's on the brake. See it right here, Jay, right here? Now, Austin, at this point, are you kind of like a little nervous wreck? I mean,
your heart rate definitely gets going.
Right. I mean, you just burned out. That's nothing. But I mean, now it's game time.
Yep.
It's game time. And CJ, he's still rolling her back. Still rolling her back. All right. Now he's stopped. Now.
Yeah, I think he's staging right now.
Yeah,
I don't know if they lifted the body.
I don't think they did. They didn't lift the body.
Yeah.
So now, Jay, all you can do is now he's staging and he's just trying to get as close as he can. And they have these two little lights, and the top light will get on, and then there's this little white light that goes parallel, and you just get that. If you're staging shallow, which you want to, you'll get just so that light's eliminated. Now you got the guy beside you that's doing the same thing. So he's doing the same thing. So you can see he's inching it in. Oh, that was a hard grab there, wasn't it, Austin?
Yeah, he might have taken a chunk there.
Oh yeah, I think he might have chunked out. All right, so he checked the fuel one more time, right?
Yep.
Full fuel. I think
he's off the clutch.
I think we're close to go time here. Now, Jay, this will. You saw Austin's in car kind of from a distance. You've not seen this. This looks and we're going to end the show at this. This looks unsurvivable.
Oh,
Just watch. Just watch. Oh, he's still taking some chunk out of there, isn't he? All right, he's locked in now. He just repositioned his left glove. We're go time here. You can tell, Austin, can't you?
Yeah,
we're
we're
getting ready to go. Here we go. Jay, Dad,
he's wrestling alligators the whole time.
Yeah,
it's like, holy crap!
Yeah.
How long is it normally?
It's less than 3.79 seconds.
Yep, that's the quickest run in the history.
3.8. Here we go. Ready? I mean, you're just sitting there going crazy.
And I got to say, what a nice guy Austin is, because I'm asking him the dumbest questions on hot mic, and he's just taking the time to explain things to me.
Austin, though, procedurally, this guy did pretty good, didn't he?
Yeah.
Procedurally, he did pretty good.
Yeah, as long as he can do it the same way twice.
Every time.
Yeah.
No, not twice.
Gotta replicate it
10,000 times.
Yep.
Wow. I've shown this a few times to different people, and what you don't realize, Jay, is that I don't know how many G's they pull going, but they pull more G's stopping.
Yeah. So we'll pull like 5.5, 6 G's through the middle of the racetrack when the clutch is coming in and starting to clamp. And then when you pull the parachutes, you get -6.
What?
7.
Yeah.
So you're doing like a 12 G swing.
You don't understand, Jay. They actually throw the chutes a little bit before the start-finish line.
Like I'll toss the laundry at like 700 feet.
Yeah.
And then like I'll hit the chutes, keep my foot in it, get to the finish line, lift. As soon as I'm off the throttle, the chute should be hitting.
Yeah.
And like if you had your seatbelts off, it would throw you through the windshield out in front of the race car. Like it hits hard. It's one of the coolest feelings of the job.
One of the injuries, one of the injuries that drag racers get on this level is detached retina.
I was just going to ask that.
Because you're stopping at 6, 7 G's, on a dime, and it's just most people just cannot. And here's the other thing, Jay. If you go right on the starting line, which is where I go with Randy, your eyes will burn because all the nitrous, and it literally almost almost sucks the oxygen out of that immediate area because they're just big oxygen fuel burning.
The car requires so much oxygen.
Yeah, it fogs you out. I mean, like if you're standing behind the car, you're coughing, crying. It's like eating a tablespoon of horseradish straight. Like it just completely cleans you out.
It's like eating the shrimp cocktail sauce at St. Elmo's.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And you know what? Only you and I, Austin, would even know what that is.
Yeah, these boys are missing out.
Oh, yeah, St. Elmo's.
I'm going to come check it out. I mean, the most we do in sports cars is maybe 1.6, 1.7 G's in turns. And so if you're doing 1.7, then you do an opposite side turn. I mean, it feels like it's a lot, but that ain't nothing compared to 6 G's.
There's nothing.
Oh, my
Lord. It launches harder than the space shuttle.
Really?
Jay,
For real. Like straight up, not
nothing.
BSing you.
There's nothing I can explain to anybody that's listening to the show right now that has never been to one of these events.
Yeah.
When the nitrous guys get there, the dragsters and the funny cars, you think to yourself, there's a guy in there. How
a stupid one.
When I was a kid, I had funny car posters on my wall. I mean, these were one of the things I've always loved. I can't believe I've never been to one.
There's a dude in there hanging on for dear life, like it's the most violent thing.
Yeah. It's a small earthquake when we stand on the gas.
It's the most violent.
I think it's like 2 on the Richter scale. Is that what Antron said earlier?
Like right there, if you're sitting behind it.
Yeah, like even in the grandstands, it'll rattle your beer off the grandstands.
You could be top row Willie.
It's nuts.
Oh yeah.
I'm coming.
So anyway, listen, Austin, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you, my friend, especially coming from the roundy round deal and being a real race car driver. I look forward to you. I'll see you I'm going to be there Saturday. If I come up to you, don't act like you don't know who I am.
Yeah, definitely stop by. I appreciate you having me on, man. I feel like, I've been wanting to get on this show for a while, and all our boys, all our friends will be happy to see me on here for sure.
Tell Tony and everybody, all my boys.
Rico, Bernstein.
Rico. I'm trying to get Rico out there. Rico's still in Indiana. Now, Bernie went to the Grand Prix, and I think Bernie's coming too. Is Bernie coming to the drags? I don't know if he's coming to the drags.
He is. I went to dinner with him last night, and he's changing his flight to get in there on Thursday so he can celebrate Gary Scelzi.
Oh, is Scelzi going to be here this year?
Yeah, he's getting inducted in the Hall of Fame, dude.
Oh, he is. What day is that?
Thursday.
Yeah, it's Don Garland, right?
Yeah.
Don Garland?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Hey, I'm glad you guys are listening to me.
I think he started with that, Bubba, in the first couple of minutes.
Austin, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for coming.
Cool, thanks.
You can go to nhra.com if you need tickets. Listen, and here's the one thing Austin will be able to tell you. He's raced different forms of racing, and is close. There's different forms that you like. For instance, the upper echelon of like NASCAR and Indy and Formula One. You're really not probably going to get that close to your favorite driver. You're not going to get in the pits. They got all these regulations: hot pits, hot pass, cold pass, all these kind of deals. You're just the only way you're ever going to be able to meet your favorite driver is if you happen to catch them at a sponsored-driven event at the O'Reilly Car Parts or wherever they're doing. But with NHRA, by far out of any sport there is, every ticket, you can buy that last ticket at the top row. That ticket gets you into the pits, and you can literally go down to any hauler and be right there when they're firing them up, because they rebuild them in 50 minutes. So you have to understand, Jay, like Austin, he'll make a run, he'll run it back. The guys are already tearing it down to the short block, putting new pistons. They completely rebuild a car.
Only motorsport to completely rebuild the engine every time you stand on the gas.
In 50 minutes.
I was going to say, how long does it take your team?
Even quicker than that. Like if you got a good group of guys, you can do it in about 35 minutes.
And you're doing the supercharger.
I have filled in. I grew up as a mechanic. Like when Force hired me, he made me work on the car for 2 years before he gave me a shot driving. So I know a lot about the race car, and I can get down and dirty. Like Indy or U.S. Nationals, for instance, that's our biggest race of the year.
Yep.
Our blower guy, he screwed his hand up on Saturday night or Sunday night. And I had to do the superchargers on Sunday. That was our last day of qualifying, and all day on Monday. And you're completely, I'm yarding it off the race car, pulling both rotors out, restripping both rotors, cutting them to within a half thou. That's our tolerance.
Wow.
And then slamming that thing back together, and then I'd have to go in there and it's a grind.
Then he has to go in there and look at the next race. Well, then he has to go there and look at his RT time.
Hour and a half.
So you're working for 50 minutes, and then you have maybe 50 minutes to
was
relax.
a grind, man.
You don't understand. During that 40 minutes that he's out shaking hands and to sponsors and because the whole thing's based on hospitality.
Yeah.
So they have the whole sport's based on hospitality of their sponsors. So they have like a whole hospitality area, and all drivers, I don't care if you're Tony Schumacher or your Austin Prock or your John Force, or your Big Daddy, they're out there signing autographs. They're so accessible. That was what I was getting at. NHRA by far is the most accessible sport if you want to meet your favorite driver.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not one driver that's got a rap that doesn't go out and, see, everybody from the Jonas girl to, Alexis to Brittany, they all come out after they got their crap together and spend 15, 20 minutes signing autographs. You can literally, Jay, get from me to you when they fire the car up.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Like the run is awesome, okay? The racing is outstanding. But after we're done running, when you go back through the pits and you watch these 7 men and women tear this thing apart and put it back together, it's unbelievable how efficient they work. Like I call it organized chaos, because air guns are going, it's loud, it's chaos, and everybody knows their move because it's so loud you can't talk to each other. I'm moving
they
here.
already have the heads.
He knows I'm moving
it's
here.
It's like a 50-minute pit stop.
Oh,
yeah.
no,
they do it 2 seconds in Formula One. It's like 50 minutes of continuous pit stop where everyone's dancing.
They'll have the heads already laid out. They'll have the rack of pistons ready to go. Take it down to the short block. They take the blower off. They drop the oil pan.
Wow.
And and here's the deal. Just that regular old ticket, that $49, $59 ticket that you bought, gets you
amazing.
You that access.
Yeah, that's the best part about our
That's
sport.
The
It's
best.
just how
really
accessible
cool.
it is.
It really is. Austin, great seeing you, my friend. I appreciate.
Thank you.
I think I've made a new friend today.
Yeah, for sure.
And Josh, when I get there on Saturday, don't act like you don't know me, like you do sometimes.
Yeah.
We'll be giving out more tickets to the Gator Nationals starting tomorrow. Appreciate you listening
Whoever
to the show.
wins those tickets, come by, say hi.
We'll do that. Austin Prock, ladies and gentlemen. Austin, we appreciate you.
Cool, thank you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.